佛光山佛陀纪念馆举办2023年第7届永续发展与绿色科技国际研讨会，在4月15号的16号2天，代表佛陀纪念馆热烈的欢迎，也希望大家在2天的研讨会里面能够感受到佛馆的永续。去发展，也可以感受到
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Let's change that.
Greetings. Sincere congratulations for the 7th International Symposium. On sustainable development and green technology. It's an honor.
研讨会所有的专家学者带来 请大家莅临佛光。光山佛陀纪念馆举办2023年第7届永续发展与
这是后了，对，然后。
Hello.
开幕式即将在9点开始，请各位来宾尽早就座，并请您将随身携带的手机关机，以免影响场内会议的进行。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening remarks will start at 9. Please take your seats. Meanwhile, please turn off your mobile phone. If you want to go to the washroom, our washroom is located on the right side of our lecture hall. Thanks for your cooperation.
各位来宾您好，欢迎莅临第7届永续发展与绿色科技研讨会。主办单位非常感谢各位的莅临。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Sustainable Development and Green Technology Symposium. The organizers of this event appreciate your enthusiastic participation and attendance.
现在我们掌声欢迎台湾永续绿色科技发展协会荣誉理事长陈世雄教授为我们开场。
Now let's please welcome the Honorary Chairman of Society of Green Technology for Sustainable Development, Dr. Shishung Chen, to give us opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's with my utmost pleasure that I welcome all of you to the 7th International Conference for Sustainable Development and Green Technology. As we gather here today, I'm grateful for the opportunity to connect with so many experts to share our passion for a sustainable future. Okay, and I'm so glad that 佛光山这个佛陀纪念馆 Buddha Museum support us to have such a nice conference room. Okay, and the first remark for opening ceremony will be Vent Ru Chang法师, but she cannot come, so she asked Yong Rong法师 okay, come here to speak some word before her remark. Okay, so please, Yong Rong法师。
抱歉，我们馆长待会会在视讯上代表致辞。最重要，佛光山佛陀纪念馆欢迎大家的莅临。我们现在这一个会议厅呢，是坐落在佛光大佛的下面，也就是那一尊大佛的正下面。那一张是属于夕阳的照片，隔壁那一张呢是属于旭日东升，就是佛陀升起的太阳升起的东方。所以也祝福我们这一个永续发展以及绿色科技的国际会议研讨会能够圆满成功，因为我们地球只有一个，就要有劳各位一起来关注。
Okay, thank you, the Vice Director of the museum, Yong Rong Hua Si. Okay, she just welcome you, all of you, and she pointed that that is the sunrise. Okay, and the left-hand side is sunset. Okay, the conference room is just under the Buddha. Okay, so we have the prayer from the Buddha. So we will have a very peaceful and very happy conference today. Okay, thank you. Okay. 好，我们再一次掌声谢谢这个永隆法师给我们这么好的场地。OK， 好，那我们就 OK，let's we have the 如常法师opening remark. Yeah, she cannot come here today, so we have her video. Okay.
与绿色科技国际研讨会在4月15号的16号2天，代表佛陀纪念馆呢热烈的欢迎，也希望大家在2天的研讨会里面能够感受到佛馆的永续发展，也可以感受到研讨会所有的专家学者带来宝贵的研究和经验。在这一次的研讨会，感谢呢南华大学林聪明校长，他非常重视环保，也不断的在推广素食，希望能够环保救地球。我记得在2010年呢，星云大师是我们佛光山的开山祖师，同时也是佛陀纪念馆的创办人，更是南华大学的创办人。 所以他在2010年的时候呢，他在国际佛光会世界会员代表大会提出环保与心保。他有一个非常重要的观念，我想他提的呢是心理的心，也就是心理要能够有这样的意识，也知道必须呢从心理的观念先行，从心理的环保做起，那才能够达到环境、人与自然、人与人之间，乃至人与地球的一个环保的一个共同重视这样的一个议题。所以大师呢，在2010年呢，在新建佛陀纪念馆之前，那他就非常的重视佛纪念馆怎么样能够永续经营。首先呢，我们在整个佛馆呢，大师呢事实上有一个宗旨跟使命。我们知道一个单位的使命非常的重要，也就只有使命清楚、宗旨明确，才能够呢永续发展。所以大师呢曾经讲，佛的纪念馆是历史的建设，是人心的建设，是十方的，是大众的，只要有人需要它，都可以来亲近它。所以我们有非常多的团体来这里举办活动，乃至国际学术研讨会，如同今天大家呢在现场一样。因为呢，佛纪念馆呢，它不只是文化的，也是教育的。无论呢个人、家庭、学校、机关团体，都可以在这里呢团聚研议，都可以在这里围绕教学。我们从宪大师的这样子的一个核心的宗旨里面呢，就可以知道佛的纪念馆事实上非常重视公众教育。只有馆内的人员呢能够专业，才能够带领着整个环境，那能够永续。所以我们从开馆到现在呢，我们一直推动呢大家非常关心的，也就是能源。所以我们一直落实 ISO 5001的能源管理政策，也是台湾第一个呢博物馆呢落实5001。第二个部分呢，我们需要人员以及资源的在节约以及有机可循，能够不断的永续经营。所以在整个馆内的文件的部分，我们进行 ISO 9001的一个文件管理。同时馆内呢非常重视整个公共的安全以及卫生的安全，所以不管是甲种的职业安全，乃至污水的处理专员，乃至锅炉，乃至自来水，乃至所有的防火管理，这一些有关于能源管理的，那在佛馆里面呢有13种证照呢，有将近35个对于能源管理的专业人员。那在整个佛馆的人员的培训底下，在落实整个环境，我们同时呢跟辜连总保种中心呢，透过星云大师的一个理念，希望佛陀纪念馆这个馆名呢是以佛陀而为馆名，应该回归到佛陀时代。所以整个园区呢非常重视绿化，所以我们除了种植呢上万棵的树木以外，也跟辜连卓云呢保种中心，将佛教里面东晋的法显大师呢所写的《佛国记》，以及唐代呢玄奘大师的《大唐西域记》，这些佛教的植物呢移植到佛馆来。我们大概是整个全台湾呢最大的佛教植物园区，那希望透过结合环境以及生态，能够将环境的伦理以及正确呢维持整个环境的维护，让提供非常丰富的校外教学。我想是在佛馆在心灵环保这一块呢，那积极努力做的一个部分。大师除此之外呢，也是全台湾第一个无烟济世的博物馆。虽然佛陀纪念馆是一个宗教的博物馆，但是整个馆内进行无烟济世，所以每一年的神明年会，我们用的电子鞭炮以及馆内呢几乎都是 不烧任何的香，那希望用鲜花来供佛的部分。那同时呢，我们也推行了绿色减碳的一个生活，所以不管是佛馆的建筑，或者是佛馆的硬体设施，包含佛馆的大鼓，那都是用植物纤维所做的鼓皮。那包含了墙上的护身画，那提升了生命教育。2020年的时候，全球肛脏移植的专家呢，也在现场呢做了植树，那也推动台湾呢，在整个地球植树，那为整个环境努力的一个愿景跟心愿。所以我们会看到，除了环保跟新保以外，佛纪念馆呢，更在2020年呢加入国际人权博物馆联盟亚太的一个分馆。同时呢，我们也透过体育的弘法，那让大家的身心灵更健康。所以不管是路跑，或者是国际自由车的环台，节能减碳的部分，推动全民绿生活。那从2014年到现在，每一年我们都透过外部稽核，达到能源管理的一个认证。那整个佛馆呢，从开馆到现在，也几乎呢都是都是绿能的电动车。那
The direct Ruchang's remark is on our proceeding on the second page. Okay, so maybe please you can read it. Okay, from the warm speech from Ruchang. Yeah, our staff is going to conquer the program. Okay, the connection. Okay, yeah.
Good morning, distinguished delegates.
Okay.
Ladies and
所以低碳的中餐了是吧 ？OK， 好，谢谢。Just now, Vice Director of the museum, Yong Rong Hua Si, told us that for lunch we will have a low carbon, okay, low carbon lunch. Okay, I think
欢
it's
迎大
very
家
nice. Okay.
人权博物馆联盟亚太的一个分馆。同时呢，我们也透过体育的弘法，那让大家的身心灵更健康。所以不管是路跑，或者是国际自由车的环台公路大赛， 那都以佛馆呢为在高雄的一个起始。所以在节能减碳的部分，推动全民绿生活。那从2014年到现在，每一年我们都透过外部稽核，达到能源管理的一个认证。那整个佛馆呢，从开馆到现在，也几乎呢都是绿能的电动车。那2023年呢，佛的建馆呢，希望呢能够完成全馆的碳排查。我们委托南华大学的永续中心来进行这样子的一个任务，有第三方呢认证，希望能够取得 ISO 呢14064的这样的一个认证的一个部分。除此之外，在佛馆呢，从星云大师呢开山以来，就不断的提倡低碳的饮食、低碳的素食，所以我们也透过呢这样的一个活动，在2020年呢，我们将国际书展的主题呢转换我的地球我来关怀，希望透过生命教育以及儿童教育以及全家合家呢的一个教育呢，来宣导生活的转型跟进行呢绿色生活，响应呢素食爱地球。所以在去年6月1号，那佛罗纪念馆呢跟行政院环保署
some problem on the connection of internet. Okay, so our vice director suggests that maybe we just skip. Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, 谢谢华师啊。Okay, and then we would like to invite the president of our university, Lin Chongming, to give his welcome remark.
Gentlemen, on behalf of Nanhua University, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the academic experts, business leaders, and paper presenters who have taken the time to participate in the 7th International Conference on Sustainable Development and Green Technology 2023. As we all know that greenhouse gas emissions have caused climate change. At the 21st Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed, which aims to keep global warming below 2 degrees C. In Taiwan, the Climate Change Adaptation Act was passed by the Legislative Yuan on January 10, 2023, with the goal of achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Nanhua University has been at the forefront of promoting sustainability in Taiwan. In 2016, we established the Center for Sustainability, and in 2017, we launched the Sustainable Green Technology Master's Program to cultivate professionals in sustainable development. Since 2019, we have been recruiting international students and have also established an in-service program in 2021. To fulfill our social responsibility, we have been organizing the International Conference on Sustainable Development and Green Technology since 2017, and established the Association of Green Technology for Sustainable Development in Taiwan. in the same year to promote sustainable development society. We conducted 2 common inventories of the entire university in 2019 and 2022 and set the goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2028. In addition, the Center for Sustainability has been accredited by the Environmental Protection Administration in Taiwan as an environmental education institution and a facility in 2020, making Nanhua University a regional environmental education center. We also assisted 20 companies in conducting carbon inventories in 2022, including the Fogwangshan Buddha Museum. In 2023, we plan to assist more than 30 companies in conducting carbon inventories and 17 companies in calculating the carbon footprint of their products. We will also apply to the Taiwan Accreditation Foundation to become an ISO 14064-1 2018 Carbon Inventory Verification Organization this year. Nanhua University has also received recognitions from national and global organizations. Since 2016, we have been listed among the top 100 universities in the world in the Green Metric World University Ranking, and we are ranked the first one in waste management in Taiwan. We also received the Corporate Social Responsibility Gold Meet Award and the Top 50 Enterprise World Award from the Taiwan Institute for Sustainable Energy in 2017 and 2019, respectively. We also received the National Sustainability Award from the Executive Yuan in 2017, the National Quality Award for Sustainable Development in 2018, and 2020, the National Environmental Protection Gold Award for 3 consecutive years, from 2019 to 2021. In 2022, we received the highest honor, the Gent Award, at the National Environmental Protection Award ceremony. From 2020 to 2022, we have been listed among the top 400 plus universities in the world by the Times Higher Education Impact Analysis, and we will also rank 14th in the country and 5th among the private universities in Taiwan. This conference has invited experts and scholars in sustainability from Taiwan and around the world to share the insights and experiences, and we do hope that this conference can provide a platform for exchanging ideas and fostering collaborations to promote sustainable development and green technology in the future. Thank you so much for your coming and participation of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thanks, President Lin Chongming, Nanhua University. It's a great achievement. And then we invite the governor, Eugenio Jose Lacson, from Negros Occidental Province, Philippines. Okay. Oh, sorry. Or we invite the president of IFOM, International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movement, Karen Mempusol.
Sincere congratulations for the 7th International Symposium on Sustainable Development and Green Technology.
And then we invite the governor, Eugenio Jose Lacson, okay, from Negros Occidental
a few remarks today and to join you in spirit, if not in person. We in IFOM Organics International and this important symposium share some common goals. We all work for a green, sustainable development that supports achievement of the SDGs and of climate resilience. IFOM Organics International turned 50 last year, and towards these goals that we share, in that time we have defined organic agriculture. We've set the first global standards during the 1970s. We established the principles of organic health, ecology, fairness and care in 2005. And in 2008, we developed the definition of organic agriculture that is still commonly used today. These landmarks provide a solid foundation for organic to grow, with its roots firmly in the soil of our visionary founders, and of course, the indigenous peoples worldwide, who for generations have recognized the indivisibility of us from our planet. As regulation and market development grew alongside the growing awareness of policymakers that organic has multiple benefits to the environment, health, livelihoods, and economic growth, so did the scope for building enabling policy environments. And we've engaged actively in this space, developing toolkits and forums, sharing best practice amongst policymakers. We've also successfully advocated for organic in the UN agenda through partnerships with FAO and through processes like the Food System Summit and the UNFCCC climate negotiations, so that organic is now recognized as one of the solutions to our many global challenges. That said, we have challenges as an organic movement. The world is changing so rapidly, and we need to be able to respond, not only to stay relevant, but because we have so much to offer to these challenges that we face as a global community. We need to scale organic to really transform our food system, to respond to the climate emergency and biodiversity collapse, and to ensure that we can feed ourselves into the future while staying within planetary boundaries. This is no small task, and to do this, we need to invest in research, build supportive policies, and strengthen consumer confidence in organic supply chains, so there are markets for our farmers. And we need to increase collaboration with like-minded organisations and events, such as the symposium. IFOAM used its 50th anniversary for reflection, and we've been developing a new strategy to help us navigate these challenges. We've defined 3 objectives. Firstly, global leadership of the organic movement. And this is looking at leading transformative change by positioning organic farming and food systems as a solution to those core global crises, but also to nurture and defend the interests of all who work for that change we need. Another part of leadership is convening inclusive conversations and building partnerships on these challenges, mobilising organic stakeholders and allies across cultures and across generations. We also need to use our leadership position to ensure organic integrity, defining the benchmark and inspiring innovative organic standards worldwide that fully embody the organic principles. And of course, to innovate and support organic guarantee systems that empower farmers and other organisations. The second objective is empowered organics worldwide. A large part of this is our Global Organic Academy, which aims to empower members and allies with the competencies, tools and community needed to develop and upscale organic agriculture, policies, markets and mindsets across the world. And I can see here a space for partnerships with research and training institutions and platforms. Another part of this is enhancing our regional and sectoral development, working with our regions and regional bodies within the IFOAM network to embrace opportunities and tackle regional and global challenges together. The third objective is around our financial and organisational stability, developing self-financing core competencies and flagship products, and professionalising the way we work. We'll also be looking to restructure our membership and governance to better reflect the diversity and development of the organic movement and sector, applying the principles of subsidiarity, equity and inclusion. So we have a strong agenda and a lot of work to do together. IFOAM Organics International looks forward to walking with you all on this journey. If you're not a member of IFOAM, I urge you to join. We are greater than the sum of our parts, and together we can accelerate growth and development of the organic movement and sector that we all want to see. I wish you well for your symposium and hope to see you soon at one of our international events. Thank you.
Thanks, IFOAM's Karen President, okay, and her inspiration. Okay, I hope we can do some more effort to reach her expectation. Okay, and okay, then just now I think the computer understand I made a mistake, so it's already made make a record. Okay. Yeah. Now the correct. Okay. We invite the Negros, Occidental Province Governor, okay, from Philippines, Eugenio Jose Lacson, okay, for welcome remark. It means sustainability center near to have a new computer. Okay, Professor Hong. Okay.
President Lin Shunmin, Honorary Chairman Chen Shishong, Ms. Jennifer Chan of IFOM, Dean Chen Yisong, distinguished guests from all over the world, good morning. To begin with, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the 7th International Symposium on Sustainable Development and Green Technology for making me a part of this very relevant event. Beyond doubt, humanity is in the midst of climate change. However, such can still be mitigated if we put all our acts together. Hence, this gathering, which seeks to address the urgency of building sustainable management and promoting green technology is of utmost import. We in the province of Negros Occidental, conscious of the urgency of the state of our environment, recognize that our task is now beyond the recovery and the conservation of our ecosystem. Our task has now escalated to reversing the trend of destruction that has been prevalent for years. It is regrettable that in many ways we are the ones responsible for the destruction of our own habitat. Thus, the need to re-emphasize that while we are free to use and enjoy our natural resources, we have a corresponding responsibility and duty to use them conscientiously and judiciously, to refrain from abuse and to participate actively in its preservation and protection. In Negros Occidental, we crafted a scholarship program called Diploma in Environment and Green Technology, and we partnered with Philippine Normal University in Cadiz City. If we are to be truly effective in our efforts to save the environment, we must enhance the skills and capacities of our environment officers from our 31 towns and cities with the proper knowledge on green technology. The province has been a recipient of various national awards for environmental protection and conservation. Recently, we won the Galingpok Award for our rehabilitation and food security measures. Also, we have implemented the program on organic farming even before the enactment of our Republic Act promoting organic farming in the country. Due to this, the province earned several national awards over the years. The top performing organic agriculture province. Our farmers also won the Outstanding Focal Person, Outstanding Organic Farmer, and the national finalist in the Organic Farming Family category. In advancing organic farming, we reiterated the role of the government and stakeholders in providing adequate support and opportunities to our farmers. Thus, it is among our trust to enhance the market potential of our organic products. Agriculture should not be limited to production. It has to be enhanced by entrepreneurship. Organic farming has to be a viable source of income if we seek the lasting success of organic farming. Today's event shows that we are not only aware of the gravity of climate change and its impact on our lives, our existence, and our planet, but we are also willing and prepared to do our active part to change the course of the present environmental destruction. And of course, I'm taking this opportunity to thank Nanwa University for your generous support to the Negrense scholars. Thank you for opening new doors of possibilities and opportunities to them. The province of Negros Occidental is truly grateful. Thank you for having me today in this endeavor towards a better, cleaner, and sustainable future. May the good Lord continue to guide and empower us to do what is necessary to protect our environment and our people. Again, thank you and good day.
Okay, thanks, the Governor Taksong from Negros Occidental, Philippines. Okay. So, I think it's time we finish the opening ceremony. Okay, I wish you have a very nice conference today and tomorrow's field trip. Okay. Thank you.
现在开始第一个主题：全球永续性。
The first topic, global sustainability, will now begin.
我们邀请第一位讲者陈世雄教授为我们分享小型农场如何达到联合国永续发展目标。另外也邀请 iPhone Asia 执行长 Jennifer Zhang 担任主持人。
In this section, we welcome the Executive Director of iPhone Asia, Jennifer Chang, to be our moderator. Now, can we please give a warm welcome to our first keynote speaker, Dr. Shishung Chen. His topic, How Small-Scale Farm Can Reach the UN SDGs.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I first met Dr. Chen in 2008 when I was just starting out in the organic movement. And I met him actually in Italy. He came with a group of Taiwanese, very active. It was my first time there. I did not know any Taiwanese, no Chinese, So I was very happy to actually meet him there. And throughout the years of iPhone Asia formation, iPhone Asia was formed in 2012. He has been a very great supporter and also mentor to many of the young people like me. So when I came here last night, I also had something I had to get his advice on. So he has always been there for iPhone Asia and for countries like South Korea, even for the Philippines, assisting our growth. And he has always been a very powerful person in Taiwan. Without him, I think, Taiwanese organic agriculture would not have reached this level. He's always very respected by the government. He asked me to introduce himself as, I'm an organic farmer, and he's got a little farm. And he said, I'm an organic bee farmer. And I was looking through his biodata, and I found, and he was a professor at 4 different universities in Taiwan, 2 in Japan and 1 even in the US. I said, my goodness, I mean, that's quite incredible, 4 different universities, right? So it's really my pleasure to invite him on stage to give his speech, and I'm so glad that he's speaking on small farms, because smallholder farmers comprise over 60% of the farming population in the world, and how the farms can reach SDGs, right? Before I step down, I would also like to have a connection with, say something about the connection with Negros Occidental, Korea and, Taiwan. We are very close because in 2008, we had a connection bidding for the IFAM Organic World Congress, right? And I would also like to remind some of the people from Bacolod, Negros Occidental, especially the students, right? Next year, we have the IFAM Organic World Congress. It happens every 3 years. So when I first met him, we were in Modena for the Organic World Congress. It's a 3-year event that is organized by IFAM Organics International. So next year we'll be in Tunisia. But what we do in Tunisia is that we also make a bid for the next Organic World Congress that will happen in 2027. And this time, Negros Occidental is going to make a bid. We will call it the Philippines bid, but the venue is Negros Occidental. And I met with Governor Lacson, I met with the mayor of Bacolod, and they have agreed. I've already made contacts with the central government of the Philippines, and there will be an official delegation to present the bid in Tunisia next year. And I know we'll get the support of Taiwan. Yes, and I want to introduce personally a very great mentor, Dr. Chen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, my very good friend, and thanks for your compliments. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, my very good friend. Okay, and okay, we've been work together for the organic world. Okay, so please. Okay, yeah. My topic will be how small-scale farmers can reach the UN, United Nations SDG. Okay, please. I can control myself. Okay, yeah. So it's a big question, there, right? Okay. 好像不会动呢. Okay, yeah. We know most of the farmers in the world, about 84%, are small-scale farmer. Okay, so it's totally 570 million farmers in the world, and they have only about 24% of agricultural land, but they should supply 29% crops and to provide 32% food for the people of the world. So their contribution, okay, will be great. 要对哪里? Okay, yeah, so this small-scale farmer face a lot of problem. Okay, in Taiwan, we have the most expensive farmland cost. We maybe this year is around several years ago. On average, 1 hectare's agricultural land cost how is 48 million NT. Okay, it's more expensive, about 15 times than Japan, and about 900 times than Australia. Okay. So our farmers cannot afford to have a big enough land. Okay. And we know the global carbon dioxide emission is increased every year. Okay, so you can seek for your country contribution on average. So we need to try to reduce carbon dioxide. We know agriculture sector maybe emission. Have a responsibility about 24%, okay, and even more than industry, okay. So I always say the fate of the earth, farmers, all the farmers have the responsibility, okay. So yesterday we've been in Chiayi. Okay, we are so glad that the Nanhua University Professor Hong works very hard to help the company to reach the carbon dioxide emission to zero, maybe. Okay, yeah. So 这个好像不太会懂。Okay, so we face a lot of global warming, flooding. Okay. 这个反应好像很慢。Okay, fire, natural fire. Okay, forest fire, drought. Okay. Air pollution. Okay. Famine. Okay, so lack of food. Okay, so Lauderdale Institute indicated that only organic agriculture can against global warming. Okay, because if you practice about 23 years organic agriculture, you can increase the carbon about 15 to 28% in soil. So if you use conventional agriculture, then you maybe release about 920 billion pounds of carbon dioxide in the United States. And if you practice organic agriculture, you can deposit about 1.5 trillion pounds of carbon dioxide in your earth every year. So it means organic agriculture can save our earth, is that right? Okay, so if you try to turn the United States about 431 million acres conventional farm to organic agriculture, then it equal to about 158 million cars out of freeway. Okay, so this is my farm. Okay, very small, only 3,000 meters square. Okay, but I suppose that if a young farmer they cannot afford to buy a big land, then they follow my model. Okay, you can reach the self-sufficiency, and you can have your earn your living and maybe without any carbon dioxide emission, and keep it balanced and without pollution and lots of waste, no waste. Okay. Okay, so the first I use black soldier fly. Okay, so this is because we use almost all the resources of from the ocean. Okay, so if we continue to use the fish powder serve as the animal feeds, then till 2048 we will have no fish for food. Okay, and then if you don't use fish powder, then you maybe use meat and bone meal, and it's a big problem. Okay, because the medical disease. Okay, and sometimes I use the Buddhist concept. Buddhist concept is that if you are situated in a situation is not good, you should not stay there. You should change. You should converse. So if you have trouble, you should not stay in trouble. You should convert into puti, okay, happiness, okay. So we should try to. This is our trouble, okay. You know, agriculture waste, especially livestock, cattle manure, okay. Every year, many million tons, okay, produced, and is pollute our air, pollute our soil, river, and the odor, okay, just trouble a lot of people and a lot of fly, you know. Okay, so we shall convert it by this small insect, black soldier fly, okay. So the black soldier fly is not the black fly, they will not eat. They only suck a little small amount of water from the leaf. Okay, okay, so even STMC, okay, I mean in my farm, to learn that, to resolve their problem of kitchen waste. Okay, and also Taiwan Sugar Corporation, they made a post and invited me to give a speech in Taitung, okay, Zhisang, okay. They have a big farm, about 85 hectares. They try to use my model, okay. Okay, so this is the former Minister Cao Qihong of COA, okay, been there. Okay. Okay, so black soldier fly, okay, they can save the earth, okay, since can convert. 这个怎么一直都这个是电池的问题吗 ？Okay, because of the battery, okay, maybe. So black soldier fly, okay, yeah, okay, it's a circular economy, okay. We plant soybean, and soybean we can make tofu and soybean jelly, okay, and sell on the market. You make money, but the residue, okay, the soya powder, okay, the meal, we use that not as garbage. We use that as the feed of black soldier fly, and we use the black soldier fly to feed chicken, okay, and we sell eggs, okay, and then the chicken manure and the residue of the black soldier fly we can use as fertilizer for soybean again, okay. So it will be not from cradle to grave, it will be from cradle to cradle, the circular economy, okay. Okay, and then I have a honeybee rising, okay. I'm a honeybee keeper, okay. So this is my farm, okay. You can see I have some, maybe not so many hives of honeybees, okay. So then we can resolve some problem for the farmers, pollination, you know. Okay, and we produce honey, okay. Okay, I made this picture for the competition and no one award. Okay, okay. So it's very cute. Okay, they are all ladies, you know. Yeah, they are young girl. Yeah, no men, you know. Okay. Yeah, they are young lady, okay, work very hard, okay. 这个好像一直都不会动, okay. So we can have a lot of products, okay. Yeah, honey, bee pollen, royal jelly, propolis, bee venom, and wax, okay. Okay, so we can make money from the farm, okay. And then I practice sequestration of carbon, okay. So in Amazon area in Brazil, they find the black soil, okay. The oxygen of the Amazon area is very low fertility, okay. So the productivity is very low. But some area, they have black soil and very high fertility and very high productivity. And then they make analysis and find a lot of carbon inside. Okay, so in the world, then we have a lot of people try to burn the wood into biochar. Okay, so biochar is very popular in before. Okay, maybe several years. Okay, and I against that because 这个电脑到底是怎么回事啊？不太懂 ，OK， 好，呀， I don't think it's good, because I think they made a mistake. I find this article it says the black soil is because of the methanes, the toilet. The toilet is a bad smell, and the Indian people use the surplus wood already burned and then put into the toilet to reduce the odor, okay? Okay, so not because of the carbon, it's because of the manure, okay? So I believe it's a mistake, okay? So then I found, okay, if you burn, then maybe 50% of carbon been burned out, okay? And also of carbon dioxide emission by the process of biochar. And then I found in Germany, okay, more than 100 years ago, they used hugelkultur, okay, Hugelkultur, okay, yeah, and they buried the wood, the waste wood, into the soil, okay. So for branches, we can broken into pieces to make compost. But the big wood, we need to use hugelkultur, okay. So this is a hugelkultur principle, okay. You just put wood inside and the subsoil inside, and then the compost, the branch and leaf, and then compost, and then the surface soil, okay. And you can make it something like this, okay. So I dig the hugelkultur myself, okay. I only spent 2 afternoons, okay, and I finished the one. It's about 1 meter deep and 1 meter wide, okay. I estimated that I already dig out maybe more than 6 tons soil from underground, okay. And then, okay, I made a second, okay, the second one, okay. Okay, I put all the wood inside, okay, the waste. Okay. Okay. Okay, I almost finished, okay, and then I start to plant, okay. Okay, so then 来不及了，我看你们那边帮我按好了啊，下一张好不好 ？Okay, yeah. So, yeah. This is the number 1. Okay, I finished the date. Okay, 下一张 Okay. Okay, the second. Okay, the first. Okay, 下一张 The number 2. Okay, from the City Bear farm. Okay, 第二张 Okay. So we have a very nice environment, the very beautiful birds happen, 小绿鸠 and the 黄鹂鸟, okay, in my farm, okay, 下一张 Okay, so we have a very nice environment, ecological diversity, okay, 下一张 Okay, the sakura, okay, 下一张 Okay, so maybe if all the farmers try to practice something like me, okay, my way, okay, my approach, maybe we can save the earth. So I also try to find if my farm already meet the goal of sustainable development from UN. Okay, the first one is no poverty. Okay, yeah. So 下一张 okay. So I can make money. Okay, 下一张好了 Okay. Yeah, I show you I can make money, okay, more than 1 million NT per year from this very small farm, okay. I produce honey, pollen, and egg, and coffee, okay, 下一张 okay. So I produce coffee, and the coffee, okay, next one, okay. I enjoy coffee every day, maybe more than 6 cups, okay, a day, okay. Yeah, even in the night time, okay, okay. And I回去想一想, okay. So, we can have coffee honey, okay. The coffee honey, they have a report that is better than Manuka honey from New Zealand, okay. Yeah, 下一张. And I have a cocoa, okay. And I made chocolate myself. This is originally prepared for you, Jennifer and John. Okay, but you didn't come. Okay, okay, it's delicious, Okay. Okay, so my family, okay, my son and my grandchildren, they help to develop the honey bottle. Okay, okay, pollen. Okay, egg. Okay, so we can, okay, and I enjoy life, the farmer's life, okay. 下一张, okay, 下一张, okay, 下一张, okay. So then the second is no hunger, okay. I promise you, in my family, no people under the poverty line, okay. Okay. The second, okay, yeah. Then I find is the scale is not for farmers, it's for country, for nation, okay. So I think we have a rather good 40 ranks, the GDP per capita about the PPP value, okay. So the third, okay, 下一张, okay, yeah. So healthcare, I think we are almost the best on the world. Okay, 下一张. Okay, quality of education. Okay, 下一张. Okay, we have too many universities. Okay, so no problem. Okay, 下一张. Okay. Gender equality. Okay, sure, no problem. Okay, yeah, we have so many education that we are good. Okay, especially we have a woman president, is that right? Okay. And in my family, yeah, my wife is always the boss. Okay, so no problem. Okay. 好，下一张. Okay, yeah. The clean water, okay, it's a problem. The 6. 回去上一张. The clean water, we lack of clean water. Okay, as compared to United States, Japan. Okay, we have the problem. Okay, 下一张. Okay. 下一张, okay. So, maybe power generation we need to consider to modify it. Okay, next, okay, please, next. Okay, yeah, I think we almost meet most of the SDG. Okay, 下一张. Okay, and okay, industry. Okay, yeah, it's our TSMC, okay. Okay, next one, okay. So this have some problem, but not so serious. Gini coefficient, okay, we are increased, but still very low, okay, only 0.34. Hong Kong maybe 0.57, something like that. And China is about 0.5, okay. Yeah, so Taiwan still okay. Okay, next one. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So energy. We try to have clean energy. Okay. So next one. Okay. Next one. Okay. Electricity. Okay. Components. Okay. Next one. Okay. So we need to try to from the nation scale to consider it. Okay. Next one, okay. The climate resolution, okay. Okay, next one, okay. Next one, we have watch about our ocean, okay. Next one, okay. Okay, yeah. I do believe that most of the SDG we can try to conquer it, okay. Okay, the last one. The peace. Okay, we have Aboriginal people, so help. Okay. Okay, next one. Okay, so we have a partnership. Okay, then I assure you we have a lot of international conference. Okay, especially in organic agriculture. I organized the East Asian Forum in 2006. Okay, we have 10 countries people come. Okay, yeah, we have even people from North Korea. Okay, 下一张. Okay, so this is the second EAF in Hanoi in Vietnam. Okay, I believe Jennifer is here. Okay, next one. Okay, it's in Jeju Island. Okay, in Korea. Okay, this is the Mongolian secretary of. Okay, and the president of IFOM, okay, former Catherine, okay, we've been invited to Korea, okay, yeah. Okay, so me and my wife's picture is on there, okay. It's not because we are so handsome or so beautiful, it's because we wear the Aboriginal people's head, you know. You're here, okay. Okay, good, okay. So nice to meet our friend here, okay, so my picture, okay. So we've been invite Marcus in Taiwan, okay, and okay, in so the World Congress in Korea, I serve as the chairman, okay. So APO invite us to have the class for the officials of agriculture section from the Asian countries agriculture section. Okay. So okay, it's in New Delhi. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So our friend. Okay, from the Philippines, Nicolas Occidental governor. Okay. Visit Vindal University. Okay. Yeah, we are very close friend. Okay. So I assure you, even a small farm, if you make some effort, maybe we can reach the SDG of the United Nations. Okay, 下一张. Okay, so my conclusion is farmers have the responsibility for carbon dioxide reduction. Okay, and biochar is not good. We should try to use hugelculture, something like that. And even small-scale farmer can reach the zero carbon dioxide emission, okay? So such as beekeeper, okay? The honeybee, we are never release too much carbon dioxide, is that right? Okay, and they can earn a living for you, okay? Okay, so there is no so-called waste. It's only you cannot find the suitable place to put them, okay? And sugar and hugelculture, I think is better than carbon sequestration, okay? Maybe, and organic agriculture can reach the sustainable goal of the UN, okay? It's my conclusion, okay? So thanks for your listening and your attention, okay? Thank you very much.
接着，让我们邀请南华大学科技学院陈柏清院长担任主持人，并欢迎第二位讲者 IFOM Asia 主席 Matthew Zhang 为我们分享农业碳中和。
In this section, we welcome the Dean of College of Science and Technology, Nanhua University, Dr. Bo-Chin Chen, to be our moderator. Next, please give a warm welcome to our second keynote speaker, the President of IFOM Asia. His topic, agricultural carbon neutrality.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bo-Chin Chen, and I am the moderator of this session. And I am the Dean of College of Science and Technology in Nanhua University. And today, I am very glad to introduce our distinguished speaker, Matthew Zhang, the President of IFOM Asia. Matthew Zhang is also a director and the co-founder of Keystone Foundation and the Last Forest Enterprise Limited Company in India. And in recent years, He has been devoted to improving the position and the production conditions of small-scale producers, such as remote indigenous communities. Okay, and today he will talk another important issues about the agricultural carbon neutrality. In Taiwan, our government set a goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. So I think we can learn a lot from his speech. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hand together to welcome Matthew Zhang for his speech.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. It's my second visit to Taiwan. I was here in 2019 when IFOAM Asia held its Asian Youth Forum in New Taipei City. And that time, I was there just for 3 days and just in a hotel room. So this time it's been fantastic because I've been here since the 10th of April, and we visited many counties, townships, and it has been amazing to visit many of these places and to meet with many of the government officials. Their commitment to organic agriculture is huge. And they are making not just a short-term commitment, they are making a long-term commitment. The passion with which they are pursuing it is amazing to see in this country. We've been visiting so many of these. Many of these counties are led by women, and their passion is amazing to see that. So we just hope that this continues to grow, and what Professor Chen was talking about, that the commitment of the national government to be able to move much further along these lines is also amazing to see. So today I will, though the topic is a very big topic of talking about carbon neutrality and organic farming, I will focus a lot on explaining some basic concepts of organic farming. I think many times we just take organic farming sometimes in a very technical sense, and we make it very complicated. But I think it's very important for us to understand the basic concepts of organic agriculture, to understand also what you heard Karen Mapuswa talking, the institutional structure that exists worldwide to promote organic agriculture. And I think that's very important because you just cannot have a random growth unless it is supported by a structure which allows to support, promote, advocate. I think it's very important because we need to advocate organic farming at a state level. So there are many institutions that work at the ground level, but I think it is all brought together at an international level when groups, individuals come together. I stand in IFOAM Asia, but we had a video presentation by Karen, my super boss. Yeah, and so I think it's important for us to understand that IFOAM exists internationally. Its head office is based in Bonn, and there are close to 900 members all over the world. It celebrated last year, it celebrated 50 years, and we had a huge celebration in Korea. What is important to understand is that this institution as an international body was able to keep and build the organic movement over the past 50 years. And so right now we have these regional bodies, each continent. So we have IFOAM North America, we have IFOAM Latin America, IFOAM Asia, and similarly in other parts of the world. And all of these regional bodies together make up the larger body of the IFOAM Organics International. As a regional body, I think its vision of IFOAM Asia is very important. Asia is such a diverse continent, starting all the way from the Middle East, all the way to Japan. Yeah, and on the Middle East, you have many of these desert countries, Iran, Iraq, and then we go through South Asia, which is India, Bangladesh, and then we move to the eastern side. And each of these countries, areas, regions are so diverse, so rich. And I think IFOAM Asia has a great vision to be able to bring all of these regions together, these countries together, these geographies, these eco-regions together, and for us to be able to not only understand, but to be able to appreciate each of these regions. Yeah. The principle of organic, yes, we have a definition of organic, I'll come to that. But I think agriculture which gives you life, and I think that's very important. Agriculture just doesn't exist just by itself, but unless it provides life, and what Professor Chen was talking about, life to you as an individual, as a family, as a society, then only it makes sense. And so organic agriculture tries to bring that life not only to human beings, but also to the environment around us. And I think that's what organic agriculture in a larger concept means. It's very important, again, what Professor Chen was talking, and I reiterate that. The family as a unit, family farms. Millions of farms around the country, around the world, are family farms. In my country, in India, if it's not families, these farms will not exist. It is families that bring together labor, the effort that goes into keeping these farms together. And so that's what IFOAM Asia, as a vision, it tries to bring all of this together. As its mission, yeah, it wants to improve conditions not only of farmers, laborers, who make up a very key component of farms, women, indigenous and other groups. Yeah? Many times when we talk of organic farming, we focus ourselves very narrowly on just saying farmers. Yeah? But there's much more than farmers. I mean, in my area, we work with indigenous communities. And these indigenous communities, farming is a very small part of what they do. They are hunters, they are gatherers. We tend to, I'm using the word hunters, we tend to degrade these terms. But I think these terms hold value. They've been doing it for thousands of years. They gather, they harvest. And I think we need to understand organic agriculture in that entirety, not just in an agricultural field. Yeah. As its mission, IFOAM Asia wants to restore nature's balance. I think in many farms, in many areas, that balance is gone. And I keep referring back to Professor Chen because he, in his talk, he covered such a large swath of topics, and so it's just a reiteration of what he said. Yeah, it's very important that farming just doesn't remain in a very singular space. It creates a society that is able to function in a sustainable manner, not only for the present, but for the future. And I think that's very important for all of us to remember. And so we have IFOAM Organics International. At an international level, I think it plays a very important role because it is able to create policies, it is able to create an agenda for many states, for many countries. Yeah? And IFOAM Asia then takes that forward at a regional level. Talking about this topic, agricultural practices, they have a huge impact on the environment. And IPCC says that 25 to 30% of greenhouse emissions happen or take place due to agricultural activities. And we need to understand that, and if we have to achieve carbon neutrality, organic farming is a viable solution. It makes sense when you take up organic farming. Yeah. And so, what is agricultural carbon neutrality? And it means we need to balance these greenhouse emissions, yeah, with a huge amount of sequestration that has to take place, carbon sequestration that has to take place. And it's not easy when we just talk about the emission and a sequestration. There is a huge cycle that needs to be put in place that is able to achieve this. There are many ways that we can do that on our farms. You plant the right crops, you improve soil health. Again, these are all, we don't have any of these things that I'm talking about. There's not one solution. The approaches can be very different in different contexts. And I think we need to take solutions which are appropriate to that area, to that community, and then work on the answers. Yeah. Importantly, that it has to benefit planet and people, both go together. And so the large agricultural sector, I mean, there are huge commodities in that, and they have to be part of that approach in achieving carbon neutrality. It's very important that when we talk about carbon neutrality is again, we don't get stuck just to numbers, just to that approach that we have, but we figure out, or we remember that it talks, that it at the end point, there is biodiversity that has to be maintained. There are people whose hunger has to be addressed. We can't have hungry people and we say that we have achieved carbon neutrality. That doesn't make sense. We have not reached anywhere. Yeah? And people need to have food in their houses. Again, what Professor Chen was talking about. Having a family that has secure food on their table. Not for today, but for future generations. I go a little bit back again to organic agriculture, and just to give you this definition, this is the definition of organic agriculture. Many times we tend to forget it, and we tend to reduce organic agriculture to a set of do's and don'ts. Most of the time it's don'ts. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And then it's organic agriculture. No, organic agriculture is a huge system which takes care of many things. So it talks about soils, it talks about ecosystems, and it talks about people. Yeah? And if we read the definition, it's not just one line. It says it relies on ecological processes, biodiversity, and cycles adapted to local conditions. Organic agriculture combines tradition. Yeah? Many times we again downplay tradition, but in Asia, tradition is a very important part of our culture. Yeah? And we need to remember that. Innovation and science, I mean, all of these go hand in hand together. It's not isolated. Yeah? To benefit the shared environment and promote fair relationships. At the end of it, fair is a very important part. It's not advantage to just one set of people, the private sector, that takes an advantage out of this just by ending up in trade. Yeah. It has to be a fair relationship all the way from the farmer to the customer, and that's a huge chain. There are many people involved in it. And so farming is just a starting point, yeah? But by the time it reaches the customer, all of them have a fair share in the entire process, yeah? At the end of it, a good quality of life for all involved. So the organic agriculture definition is so vast, yeah? And it talks about so many things. And I want to emphasize the 4 principles of organic agriculture. And these 4 principles are very important. Again, when we talk about organic agriculture, we get very focused on standards. We become very focused on criteria and all of that. But there are basic principles that we need to keep in mind. And these principles came out of an entirely collaborative process of groups, individuals all across the world when we talked of organic agriculture. Principle of health, and all of this derives from the definition that we talked about, that it should sustain and enhance. So it's not a question of today, but for tomorrow also. Sustain and enhance the health of soil, plant, animal, human, and planet as one and indivisible. That is very important. Not one at the cost of another, but all together. Because we have one planet only. The principle of ecology, yeah, based on living ecological systems and cycles. And so whether it is farms, whether it is indigenous communities, whether it is forest people, whether it is people, fisher folk, all of them have their ecological cycles. And again, what Professor Chen was talking about, that at the rate at which we are consuming, we may run out of many things very soon if we do not work along with the cycles of nature. Principle of fairness, I talked about that earlier, that there is fairness with regard to the common environment and life. The last one is a very important one. It's a principle of care. Most of the time, as human beings, we are only extracting. We are only taking for ourselves. And so this principle of care, that we do it in a responsible manner, organic farming, agriculture that we do, the processes that we put in place, yeah, that it is not only for the present, the health, but it is for the future generations, for the children of tomorrow. There are many students here from the universities. Do they have the opportunity to be able to enjoy life to its fullness in the next 30 years, in the next 50 years? And that's, together, these 4 principles make up the basic foundation of organic agriculture. There are lots of benefits. I've just put down a few of them, but it promotes healthy soils. We grow crops, we have livestock, and there's so much more happening when we do rotation, intercropping, when we do organic agriculture. It has its challenges too. Many times there's no understanding in many areas, and we try and then try out completely something different which doesn't make sense. Yeah, resources sometimes can be a challenge, not only financial, but also knowledge in terms of growing, in terms of practices. And in many places, labor is also a challenge. Greenhouse emissions, and as I said earlier, 25% is from agricultural emissions. Livestock is also a major contributor there. And so methane becomes something that needs to be dealt with. And if we are talking about organic agriculture, much of this is dealt with and reduced when we talk of organic agriculture. And so when you compare between conventional and organic farming, there is a huge difference, whether it's fertilizer use, pesticide use, the tilling that happens, and the livestock that are involved there. Yeah, and so organic agriculture, there is a huge amount of carbon sequestration that happens there because of the processes that you follow, the kinds of crops that you put in, agroforestry, which is very important in many areas, especially in Asia. It makes a lot of sense when we have small farms. We have different climatic conditions that we are able to put that into practice. And so I want to end with saying that, we can't put the entire burden of talking about carbon neutrality on organic agriculture. That's one part of it. I think what we tend to forget is that there is a huge consumption pattern that we have become used to, and we don't want to change that. And if we don't do that, you can't just expect organic agriculture to solve the world's problems. It has to work hand in hand. We need to start thinking of how we consume, and because of the comforts that we would like, or the lifestyle that we want to maintain, we don't want to give up anything. But then we want to talk about all of these issues. So I think it's very important that we put these two together and then talk about, how emissions are going to reduce, how neutrality is going to come. Yeah? And lastly, the amount of food wastage that we do. Every day, the amount of food that is wasted. We produce and then we waste. Wow. We become insensitive to the amount of food that we waste, the consumption that the patterns that we have in our consumption. And I think we need to put all of this together, and then only we can move forward. So, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and hope we have a great workshop together.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew Jan, for your presentation. If you have any questions, we will... Sorry.
Okay, thank you, President John. And he introduced something about the organic agriculture, and he talked about the 4 principles in organic agriculture and compare the carbon emission by organic agriculture and conventional agriculture. So I think maybe it's very important for us to achieve the carbon neutrality. Okay, so thank you again for your presentation, President John. Okay, and we will have a comprehensive discussion this afternoon. So if you have any question, you can ask President John this afternoon. So next, we will have a 20 minutes coffee break. Okay, so let's take a break. Thank you.
谢谢所有的演讲者，现在开始20分钟的休息时间及海报论文的评分，请各位嘉宾移动到5楼，下一场演讲将会在11点开始，请各位准时回到9楼，谢谢。
Thanks to all the speakers. We will have a short coffee break until 11. May we request everyone to move to the 5th floor. The session will begin at exactly 11. Please return to the 9th floor on time. Thank you. Okay, may we request everyone to go to the level 5 or our 5th floor to have a short coffee break. And our next session will start at exactly 11. Thank you.
演讲即将在5分钟后开始，请大家尽速回到座位上。
The next session is about to begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seat in the lecture hall. Thank you.
in person. We in IFOAM Organic Centre this importance in develop the definition of organic agriculture that is still commonly
男生真的是常常觉得。
The urgency of
现在开始第二个主题：低碳城市。
The second topic, low carbon city, will now begin.
接着，让我们邀请台北翡翠水库管理局林玉义组长担任主持人，并同时邀请美国乔治亚理工学院蔡一长教授为我们分享永续交通运输的能源减排。
In this section, we welcome Director Yu Lin of Taipei Faithway Reservoir Administration to be our moderator. Next, please give a warm welcome to our third keynote speaker, Professor Yi-Chung James Chai from the College of Engineering at Georgia Tech, USA. His topic is Energy Emission Reduction for Transportation Sustainability.
各位与会的各位贵宾，大家早安哈。那很高兴哈来参加主办单位邀请我来主持这个单元哈。那我今天因为正是台北市议会正在开议期间哈，那有这个机会哈来跟大家哈参与这个盛会，非常高兴哈。那来这边有两个特别兴奋的两件事情哈。第一个哈就是说，今天来到这个现场这么好的一个会场哦。当年在这个开发案，这个整的佛陀纪念馆的这个厂区，这一个厂区的开发基地，当时的开发计划案是我主持的，让它通过的哈。那这很快15年的哈，15年。那第一次进来这边会特别这个有感觉哈。当时我自己在主持会议的时候，后面有3尊大佛在我后面，所以不敢不让它通过哈。那另外第二件事情就是我今天介绍我的优秀的学弟哈蔡一长教授，他是旧加理工学院的教授，那他是在1996年哈这个取得博士学位之后哈就在美国相关的这个工程业界这个服务工作了十多年哈，再回到这个学校哈来任教哈，他就有关于这个道路工程品质维护管理的这个块非常的专精哈。那么今天也针对有关低碳城市的相关议题来跟各位分享是不是大家鼓掌来欢迎他哈？
Okay, first of all, thank you for inviting me to share our work on transportation logistics sustainability in this very important symposium. And it's my honor to have a chance here to learn a lot of stuff. Since this morning, I have learned a lot of stuff already. And today, specifically, I'm going to share with you is kind of one of the very important components in the agriculture, which is the agricultural logistics. So a lot of time, I think when you purchase a agricultural product, there's a fair amount of money is coming from logistics. So the issue here is how do we cut down the cost? And that's quite important. It's not only to reduce money for the energy, but also is cut down the carbon footprint. Let me see. Is that okay? Hold on a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it
This one. Oh, okay. Yeah.
should be all right, right?
Some lag.
Oh, a little bit of delay. Okay. As a matter of fact, during a break, we exercise a little bit. So, yeah. So the one I'm going to share with you is before I give the talk, and in order to get an idea in terms of the agricultural logistics. Yesterday, I specifically spent the time in Yunnan County. So in the morning, kind of meeting with the logistic people that carry the food. So you can see this slide here, which is on the left-hand side, the agricultural site. And then through the truck, and then loading the goods to Taipei or even Kaohsiung. And I check with them how much it cost. There's a different company there. So as you can see on the top there, that easily one company that can spend $4 million NT dollars just per month. And so the question today, the talk I have is it possible you cut down that from 5 million per month and to 4 million per month? You can easily cut down 20%. As Mary correct, I think I've shared with you is quite possible. So that's the first item, the first question there is that possible to kind of set the fuel consumption cost in the agricultural logistics, specific with the technology? And yes, I think how did you cut down the fuel consumption? So there are two stages here. The concept there is similar to your health diagnosis. The first step here is try to scientifically diagnose and identify the factors contributing to fuel consumption. And then the second step is to set up the action plan to reduce the fuel consumption. So those are the one that I'm going to share with you in terms of that. So this is the outline. I think I'll kind of quickly share with you my research team at Georgia Tech. And I'm going to share with you what's the methodology we did in the vehicle energy emission, specific monitoring and diagnosis and the reduction. And also I'm going to share with you some statistics in terms of transportation energy emission. And then specific focus on the test that we have. The methodology is developed not only from Norway, but I think currently we are working with Volvo. So we work with the automobile company. So that company, and we focus on the truck and buses. And that company is Brazil. So we developed the technology and smart data collection system using your smartphone to understanding what are the process, what's the fuel consumption. So that way you can, through the analysis, to cut down the fuel consumption. So we kind of ship the application to Brazil and doing analysis. So today I'm sharing with you is the actual data analysis. So how do we work on with Volvo, automobile company, specific focus on truck and buses. So I'm going to share with you some of the findings that we have. So I kind of fully component share with you a little bit where I come from. Georgia Tech is located in Atlanta. Atlanta is a 1996 Olympic game. And you can see each railway there is probably kind of 12 lanes on the railway with a heavy traffic. And it's a hub of the Atlanta airport is the busiest airport in the US. As a matter of fact, it's the busiest airport in the world too. And then you can see Coca-Cola and UPS, CNN, and CDC, all of those is located in Atlanta. It's a very energetic city, growing very quickly. Georgia Tech is overall very strong in engineer school. So this is college of engineering. So 11 major, 11 area, they are all at least top 10 in the nation in the US. So for example, like industrial engineering logistics is top 1 in the nation more than 28 years already. And where I'm located, a lot of students I have is those blue collar with the industrial engineering, logistics students, civil engineering, and those different areas there. This is my research team, so there are a lot of talk that I have is they make a significant contribution. I'm the person who give a talk. And so those are the one that students, as you can see that in order to make the innovation research and study, I have a quite diverse research team. So the student, the PhD, the background from civil and environmental engineering. Also, I'm advising the ECE, electrical computer engineering, computer science, ISYE, so that way we can do a lot of innovative stuff without a limitation of the knowledge boundary. This is the area that I have worked on in 4 areas in my research team. We love the sensor technology, so we're using sensor. The reason sensor is a lot of time you create a new opportunity to change the whole analysis of the whole operation. And then second is, once you collect those data science, AI, computer vision, and GIS, like Google Maps, spatial analysis, that's what we're focused on. We have been applying in 4 major areas. And today specific, I'm going to touch the one is vehicle energy emission. So first area is infrastructure, and the second area is transportation safety. The third area is the vehicle energy emission reduction. And the fourth area is aging population. We focus on safe mobility. So overall there, in the whole big picture, allows this symposium is kind of sustainability of the smart city. So we kind of focus on transportation, but it kind of impact in different area there. And specific today I'm going to share with you is the vehicle energy emission. So the key takeaway, what I'm going to share with you and what you're going to get on my talk. The first one there, I'm going to share with you the importance of energy innovation in transportation sector, especially the truck and buses. And the second one there is currently there's no smart data collection system or systematic way for the energy consumption monitoring and diagnosis. You know, a lot of time you didn't know how much you consume. Do you know what impact your energy consumption if you from agriculture have a big truck and deliver all the goods and all the vegetables from the, let's say, Yunlin County all the way to Taipei? So is there a way that you know, like a kind of human health, can you know that what's impact the fuel consumption? So that way you can prioritize what you should cut down. The third one there is diagnosis to identify the factors contributing to energy consumption. So that way we can get a better idea. It's kind of like if you did that diagnosis, say, oh yeah, your health condition is not good. It's in a bad condition, but do you know what you should fix? If there's no scientific approach that you know which one you should prioritize, that you didn't know is your alarm is not good or hot, or which part you have no idea, then really you cannot improve efficiently. So in a scientific approach, you need a diagnosis in terms of what's going on. The fourth point I'm going to take away, going to share with you is how much improvement it could be. Every week there or every month I spend $5 million on fuel consumption. As yesterday I talked with those Yunlin County, those are logistic trucking company, and just one company. And if you can cut down every month, cut down from 5 million to 4 million, You save 1 million easily per month. That's a lot of money. But key thing here is not only the energy, but also you cut down the emission. So in a way, that's kind of worth investing and get an idea on that. That's what we're focusing on and what I'm presenting, share with you. The other one here, how did you, in the detail mechanism, how did you cut down? So you kind of from 3 perspective. One is mechanical perspective to optimize. How did you shift the gears, etc. And then the second one is about optimization. And the third one is very important. I think I'm going to share with you more is driver behavior. How did you drive differently? And then the end, I hope that is that 10 minutes, right? Left? Okay. Got it. Thank you. So this is the mission here. I mentioned it to you. So now I'm kind of moving forward. There's the statistic, kind of give you an idea. So the key item there, you can see that the fuel consumption for the emission there, the gasoline, diesel, how much fuel consumption is going to produce. In the U.S., based on 2020's data, you can see transportation sector almost contribute 27% of the entire greenhouse gas emission. And in 2020, you can see that the transportation sector also contributing to the fuel consumption 31. And then we focus on truck. You can see that in the U.S., how much money is spent in the truck fuel consumption. It's almost 38 billion gallon the oil per year in 2020. This is just truck and buses. What does that mean? If I can cut down 1%, I can save the money 0.38 billion gallons money. So it could be from a huge market, just cut down 1%. So how about I show you today I can cut down 10% or 20%. That's a huge market then, right? Just the fuel consumption itself. But I think the consequences, you'll cut down the CO2. This is the one to kind of share with you. Every people are talking about that you wanted to kind of become EV. It probably take for a while. So for automobile industry, you can see their strategy on the left-hand side. In the city, yes, it's kind of entirely EV, electrical vehicle. But in the long haul, I think it's still heavily rely on the truck. And then, so those are the one. This is the one kind of share with you. Most of people, when you're driving from one location to the others, most time your consideration is just driving distance. Sometimes maybe driving time, you consider traffic condition. A lot of time, those two green color here, what we try to introduce is how about consider the route you choose related to energy and emission reduction or efficiency, and as well as safety. Today we will not touch the safety portion, but that's what we are doing too. We focus on today is the emission here. This is the methodology we did in terms of analyze. We sent our smartphone as data collection to Brazil, Volvo, to do the analysis. And then we kind of segment, this is the data collection system. We ship the smartphone. And basically we're using the Auto-E2 as well as CAN bus, specifically Brazil is CAN bus. And so you have a detailed fuel consumption data as well as gear, how you ship the gear, and then how you, the RPM data, etc. And then you have auto gyro, how your vehicle stop, go, lateral forces, etc. You can get that easily from a smartphone and where you put your location. So you can analyze there. So this is all the data being collected. And then, so you have a detailed energy, vehicle speed, and then also engine, RPM, toll, how much forces at each point. And then you have all those information here. So your machine learning, you can learn how did you set it up, so what should you do, etc. So this is a testing route here on this specific section here, kind of approximately 25 kilometer. So they go through the city and rural area. So they kind of driving constantly on this route with different driver. And they even purposely set up a good driver and bad driver because drive differently. You want to see how they impact the fuel consumption. So this is the one that's, as you can see, this is probably the team and the different buses there. So their focus is buses here. This is kind of shared to you in terms of analysis. What we did is each 1 kilometer is 1 unit. So you day 1, day 2, day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because different load on that 1 kilometer, that you get the parameters, right? Different traffic condition, etc. So you can compare fairly, but maybe different driver, different behavior. So that way you can scientifically analyze what's the impact on different driver, and then what's the relationship. This is kind of show you to some of the outcome there. You can see that on the top, the blue color is referred to the fuel consumption. The red color is toll, which is how much forces. So you can see the strong correlation between the toll and the fuel consumption. So this is quite nature. On the bottom there, you can see that some of the data there is a blue color is a fuel consumption, and the green there is RPM. So you can see that in the very beginning there, that's kind of, it's fuel consumption becomes 0, but their speed is still very high. And what does that mean? Because we need to make sure the data is correct, okay? And so this is the one that you can see the relationship. I think I will ship, this one here is the terrain. You can correlate the terrain, how they impact the fuel consumption too. Traffic volume is impact the fuel consumption too. So this is the one that we automatically extract the traffic volume. Those are impact the fuel consumption. And also railway friction, and also all of those based on the data, 13% impact on the fuel consumption. So all of those, there's data showing that. And this is the one that wanted specific shoulder to you. I think you can pay attention on this one. They have specific route, 25 kilometer, right? And they have a good driver. And this person here, they kind of say, you drive crazily, kind of very badly. And they wanted to know scientifically how much fuel consumption different. I think they kind of show up 39% difference. What does that mean? If I'm talking about 1% saving is 0.39 billion. This is more than 10%. I think this kind of echo to the same as I talked to Union County yesterday. I think they say that driver, if they change, they can cut down 5 million per month to 4 million. And the same driver, they just give them an incentive. They're using different approach. So anyway, I think this is the one I kind of share with you that in the future, what we try to put in together is kind of this one here. This is Atlanta, 100 kilometer. And each 1 kilometer or each 1 mile, and you have every hour, you have different color. Those could be high, the energy efficiency label, and then it require a lot of energy, and some of those less energy. And why that is different? Well, this one here is in the morning, is almost in the 8 a.m. is a traffic jam. So you're going to stuck there not only 5 minutes to go through there, you probably need to take another 30 minutes, just go through that couple of miles. So you're going to consume a lot of energy. So in a way, the energy efficiency, we envision future will create this methodology here. So people can do the routing from Tennessee in 200 or 300 kilometers all the way to Florida, which route I should choose. I can cut down 10, 20% of my fuel consumption. But you need to have the base data. Base data, what we envision is that you should have those different color, indicate different fuel consumption, but those the one change by hours. It's a function of the vehicle mechanics as well as the railway profile, elevation, and then traffic condition, railway condition, weather condition, right? Those change. So that way that you can say that what time you should pass Atlanta, go all the way to Florida, you can cut down 10%, 20%. So those are the whole idea. And then a lot of time mechanical, you'll say that how did you cut down the fuel consumption mechanical? This is kind of common sense if I mention it to you in terms of this one here. So in a way that on the left-hand side, you can start from 0, right? If you start, then on the y-axis is how much forces you move. On the x-axis is the speed. When you are just starting your vehicle, probably you're using the first gear. First gear is on the top, so you require a lot of energy. I think for some reason my cursor, over here. So this is the first gear, right? You require a huge amount of energy. But if this driver continues to stay this way here, even he's driving 30 miles per hour, this is not efficient. He should shift that into the second gear, and then third gear. So there's a lot of opportunity on that one there. And so in a way, how did you control your driving on different situations with different gear shift, mechanical perspective? It's become quite important that you be able to control that. And the other one there is routing from the one that all the way from one location to the others. How did you, for example, from Tennessee or from the Yunnan to all the way to Taipei? This is kind of more fixed route, but I think in the U.S., like from Tennessee all the way through Georgia to the Florida, that you need to know that in different time there, the different energy level, right? And then how do I choose the route? I can cut down the fuel consumption. So this is the last slide, showed it to you. So basically for us is we're kind of putting together this methodology through the data. We work with Volvo. We find out there's a lot of potential to cut down fuel consumption, especially agricultural fuel consumption. That's kind of the one that deliver from Yunnan County all the way to Taipei, to Kaohsiung, almost constantly deliver. If you can cut down 10-20% fuel consumption, there's a lot of chance to cut down not only energy but emission as a whole. So there's a potential there. We talk to them even in Yunnan County that can we doing a pilot to test on that. And this is the last slide to show that to you that a lot of agency, I think they kind of support our study, so that way we can come out with this, share with you. With that, I stop here. Thank you.
蔡教授这个分享的这个题目好像在国内也是相当需要哈。那这个很多公路，包括高速公路，还有一般的道路，那很多这种养护哈。过去我在交通部也从事这个道路新建工程哈。那这里面很多刚刚有提到，我们很多这个路网哦，很多怎么还跟我们一些维护上很多。经济财务方面的一些怎么让它更经济省维护经费哈，这个都是我们蔡教授的这方面的一个专长哈。还有包括我们国内很多我们的刚性路面、柔性路面哈，很多我们的这个在美国那一方面也我了解也是两大道路系统哦，就刚性、柔性不同州有不同的这个比例哈。那台湾大部分还是柔性路面，刚性路面是比较高速公路，现在高速公路也几乎都取消了哈。以前早期有收费站有加减速，然后所以有一些好像现在因为在台湾在养护上在比较偏向于这个舒适度哈，所以柔性路面做的比较多。那柔性路面相对它也维护的频率大概5年到7年就一定要爆除再重来哈。那刚性路面大概可以撑到20年左右哈，所以这个考虑到整个维护的频率跟这个的不同的一个选择哈。那这方面也是蔡教授这方面有个专长，不晓得各位针对相关蔡教授的这个议题有没有什么一个 Q&A 的部分？
just wonder that nowadays maybe most of the vehicle automation, no need to change gear. So how can you improve that for automation?
Okay. So I think the question was I repeat the question where it was in the future probably is going to be EV. So in an EV, probably you do not a gear. So in a way, how you improve that? So that's a good question. I think I kind of cut the problem into two pieces there. First is from now to all the vehicle EV is take for a while. So now you still need to cut down tomorrow in terms of how much fuel consumption. So at least take 4 or 5 years. That's number one. Number two, in terms of electrical vehicle, yes, you did not change it's kind of just one shift there, right? But you're still putting your pedal, how fast you push. So it's still driver behavior, still control everything. If you're down here, you still continue putting your pedal, then that's part of the fuel consumption. That's what yesterday I learned from those one of the company, logistics company. I thought she's quite smart. I think she's kind of setting up, say that, yeah, incentive. If you do this, you can cut down. So they in a way, they have a real-time monitoring, and then they find out they're driving normally when they're downhill in certain location, because that can cut down the fuel consumption. But answer your question, yes, I think even just one gear in an EV, but you still need to push the pedal there. But in different speed, different rate, that's going to impact also the fuel consumption too. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have one more question. I think you have this, you use the smartphone to develop your technology. I think I know the detail, but I want you, can you introduce more detail to everyone to let everyone understand? 我想说，就是他有一个技术，就是用那个手机去记录这些资料。我想说，他可不可以讲得更清楚一下，让大家知道说怎么用在我们实际的案例上面
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So actually, I think the one, as I mentioned there, that through our study, I can tell you if you are agricultural logistic, I can easily cut down 10 or 20% your regular cost. That's possible. In the past, we didn't know, right? But we're using a lot of cases here. And then even until yesterday, I talked to those logistic company. I just recognized they kind of encourage these 30 drivers, just drive differently. You can cut down in 1 month, 5 million fuel consumption in Taiwan to $4 million. So I think I just recognize that's very, very likely it's achievable. We kind of using a smartphone in a way when you drive, because most of the time is you have no idea what's contributing to fuel consumption, right? So earlier I mentioned about the driver behavior that if I can capture, that is using good driver and bad driver, but those are not subjective. It's too subjective, it's kind of not objective. So what we try to do is, can I using smartphone, you have acceleration XYZ, and you have gyro XYZ and magnetometer. So can I capture a certain pattern? So right now you have 10 drivers there, right? Working in my company, and I should be able to develop a technology that tell you, say, who is the driver have high potential to save the fuel energy. So then I give you an incentive to say that if it seems like based on my analysis, you can cut down 20% easily. If you can cut down fuel consumption to a certain level, right? And I'm going to give you the money. So 5,000. Like yesterday, the one I kind of heard from that CEO, I thought it's quite amazing. She said that I give them 5,000 per month. Those 30 truck driver, and he said 5,000, right? Times 30. But every month I make money for 1 million because they have better driver behavior. So they kind of compete, they give a very good incentive to them. If you improve, I give you every month additional 5,000, right? And then his fuel consumption outcome is increasing, almost save 1 million per month. And for her, she said that's quite easy calculation. Right. So anyway, this is the one that I also learned from yesterday. Before I prepare my presentation, kind of purposely to meet with the Yunnan provinces. So quite thank you for they sharing their experience too. So anyway, I will stop here. But the smartphone itself, it can quantify those, because what she did is kind of give an incentive for the people. But in some way, you want it to be a more quantitatively to analyze what's good driver behavior, bad driver behavior. Can you every week or something, you hit a pattern, you can analyze who has a potential to save the energy, and then in what way, then you can kind of more, I would say explicitly, you can improve that in a more systematic way. Yeah, thank you.
You remind me, I'm always a bad driver, you know, I always keep back. Okay, got it.
好，那谢谢哈，因为时间的关系，我们谢谢蔡教授了哈，这么精彩精辟的一个专题这个分享哈，那是不是大家鼓掌哈？谢谢他，好，谢谢。那这个单元我们交给下一个单元。
接下来让我们邀请第4位讲者。不好意思，接下来让我们邀请勤益科技大学景观系 宋文佩特聘教授担任主持人，并同时邀请香港大学工程学系土木工程系施凯敏教授为我们分享污水管理办法，有效利用并妥善资源回收。谢谢。
In this section, we welcome the Department of Landscape Architecture at National Chinese University of Technology, Dr. Wenpei Song, to be our moderator. Next, please give a warm welcome to our fourth keynote speaker, Professor Kai-Min Shi from the Department of Civil Engineering, University of Hong Kong.
Mr. Chairman, Professor Chen, and the distinguished guests from over the world, welcome to Taiwan. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to introduce actually I can say my best friend's friends, Professor Kai-Min Shi. Kai-Min Shi, actually his hometown is in Lugang, right? Okay. So he got his bachelor degree in the master degree from National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. Then he went to Stanford University to pursue his master degree and a PhD degree. Otherwise, he had been a postdoctor at Stanford University for 2 years. Then he went to the University of Hong Kong. Actually, as you know, Taiwan had the water treatment is a big problem for many countries. Especially in Taiwan, we have no rain for a long time. So I hope this topic can give Taiwan one of the solutions to treat about wastewater. So. Otherwise, the professor is very famous research, not only in Hong Kong, especially over the world, for treating the wastewater. And I'm very impressed about his research result. So now we welcome to professor to give us a talk. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's really great honor and pleasure to be here. I first of all, really appreciate the organizers for such a wonderful opportunity for organizing this symposium. And frankly speaking, I think I attended the first one since quite a long time ago. So good to see good old friends and also new friends right here. After the morning wonderful talk, particularly after James's wonderful, concise and precise talk, I started to get very, very afraid of my talk because I find my talk has a lot of technical details. And if we really look at the value, very particular value that we have today, I think we should not just having ourselves to be kind of buried by those technical details. We should be having something that's relatively having more wisdom, more philosophical type of thinking on the tiny important topic that we're here today. So I just want to beg your pardon first, is don't pay too much attention on the technical content because I prepare a lot for that. Let's think about something in terms of bigger picture. Let's think about what the lesson that we learn from all the technical study. And that's what I start with my talk about the sludge management from the wastewater issues. All right. So I'm in the University of Hong Kong, and I have a research group called Environmental Materials that with PhD student, postdoc all together. And so again, it's all their research outcome instead of my own. And what I would like to say is that in terms of my group, we work on a couple of things, including the pollution prevention, also decombination, also the get rid of the pollutants out of the environment. That's basically what we do. With that, we actually generate all different kind of materials coming out from the waste streams. And one of them is from the wastewater stream, for example, sludge. And I had a really great honor to be in the University of Hong Kong, which is the first university in Hong Kong, and it was more than 100 years. And I think one of the most famous alumni, a lot of people know, is Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who has actually said that Hong Kong and the University of Hong Kong was his birthplace of the knowledge. That was his talk in the years of the year of 1923 over there. And I think luckily today we're still trying to carry that kind of mission for all the people all over the world, not only in this region. I'm proud to be one of the university that continue working toward this goal with all the students and colleagues' supports. Okay, so we understand water. Water, important. Okay, one of the great challenges being said by U.S. National Academy of Engineering. But a lot of people actually do not know when we have the wastewater treatment plant, as you can see in front, a lot of people just basically thinking about we have wastewater going in and we have clean water coming out, like a magic box. But there is no magic box. Everything is based on science. So when we have a lot of pollutant going into the wastewater treatment plant, and we have clean water coming out, there must be certain waste generated. So sludge will be the main part coming out from that. And actually, the better of the wastewater you want to manage, you want to treat, you actually generate more sludge. So put it this way, if I'm basically, staying in environmental engineering field long enough, I can say a lot of environment engineers' idea was only caring about themselves. Water people only treat water, they don't care about anything else. They generate sludge and they don't care. And the solid waste management person take the sludge and they try to burn it and they generate the pollutant to the air and they didn't care. That is not a responsible industry. That is not a responsible and wise enough thinking in terms of our environmental philosophy. We should be more just like the center's name, sustainable, in terms of thinking about the overall pictures. So what we're trying to do is, okay, look at what Hong Kong is actually experiencing. We probably have about 1,000 tons of sludge today, and we're expecting 2.5 times of sludge being increased. Everybody in the environment engineering understands sludge generation is proportional to the wastewater, and wastewater quantity is proportional to the population. We don't have 2.5 times of population increase. How come we have the sludge being more generated? That's the same idea I'm talking about, because water people only care about water. They don't care about any consequence out of the water treatment process, and that is wrong. So let's look at the sludge. In fact, we have all different kinds of sludge during the process. I don't want to go too much detail, but I just want to say we have nutrients, and that's exactly what the agricultures need. We have to have it, but we have to have it right. So first of all, nitrogen, phosphates, and potassium, those are actually already in the sludge. And look at a theme, which one of the reasons that I always like to come back to this conference is that we are being asked to be more inspired to look at this nature system, how to incorporate with the agriculture activity, with our very rich and valuable organic resources. So we can have that for agricultural applications. That's a very good thought, and it's low cost, simple, and that has been very, very commonly used for so-called land application in the official term in the United States, for example. So a lot of this is what we call the biosolid biomass sludge coming out from wastewater treatment process can be land applied. And you do have some incineration, the rest of that, go to landfill without being used, which is the worst. But recent science tells us some more new lesson, which is today our sludge, because our wastewater compositions are quite different, so our sludge composition will be also quite different. You may have a lot of new chemicals go into the wastewater, therefore you end up in a sludge. So is the land application still going to be a viable process? We have to ask this question. And then we have to ask, if we have to do something, what our technology can help us. Okay, so let's look at the US land application process. The organic contaminants being found, and people have been saying that a lot of organic contaminants have been identified, particularly for those more hydrophobics, and the processing of basically use the raw sewage or raw sludge for land application has been of certain questions. Therefore, in order to protect the environment and also be more sustainable for the entire system, if not also with the human health, then at this moment, just a quick box right here. Here's the key thing. The sewage needs to be treated before you use that for land application. So you can still use for land application, but the sewage cannot be raw
or the sludge cannot be rolled. You have to treat it. And that's how I say that, how the technology comes. So this is kind of a quick overview, a lot of technical issue, but I don't want to spend too much time right there. Look at what all the research trend these days in the world. How to basically treat the sludge for example, beneficial uses like for land application. We do some literature reviews and then look at, you can find mostly a lot of people talk about anaerobic digestions, use the bacteria to turn it into methane, and then you have some of the leftover residues as part of the land application process. You can see a group of people looking at incineration. All right, incineration, let's not forget, it does also generate ash, and the ash can also be a beneficial use for agricultural activity if you like. Pyrolysis is another process, gasifications, and also some of the new process like wet air oxidation or so-called supercritical water oxidation process. Let's quickly look at it one by one. First of all, anaerobic digestions. That part you can always see the kind of egg-shaped type of reactor. You put the waste in there, you go through hydrolysis, and to get all the way to methanogenesis, generate methane, and you have energy recovery, and you still have some residues, and the residues, you can go for agriculture process if you like. In that way, a lot of, you can say, harmful organics could be already being decomposed. So in terms of the concern of organic contaminant will be relatively less. Okay, so with that, we understand the good thing for AD is that it actually generates energy, number one, and the sludge will be stabilized together with the odor compared to composting. Well, I like composting, no problem, because it's very simple to be operated, but for some city area or urban environment, sometimes the odor could be a concern. Then in that case, AD could be another choice if you like. Of course, the limitation is for still with the setting of the location, and also the together with the residue that really need to think about how to be safely applied. For example, for land application, before you have those material well certified. Okay, incineration, a lot of people know this, just burn it, but in fact, it has a lot of constraints because currently, I think air pollution issues will be a problem. The cost for high capital costs has been always there. But of course, the advantage, particularly for urban environment, is a large volume reductions. Particularly if certain area, they need to have the sludge to be, landfill, and then they have to care the mixture with the municipal solid waste together with the sludge. Because you cannot just put the sludge in the landfill. The landfill the slow stabilization will be a problem. So that would be an option. But I always want to say that even you have incineration, you still, if you look at the nutrient that we're talking about, we still have phosphate, you still have potassium, and that part shouldn't be wasted. Okay, wet air oxidations basically use relatively high humidities of the air together with some temperature, and then you have about 30 minutes. That will actually help to degrade a lot of organic pollutants and make it safe for land application, for example. So I think that's one of the options that we can, and as actually a very increasing trends of doing a lot of study, look at the composition after you have the WAO. If you have the wet air, again, you have quite clean off gas, and the benefits, including the COD, which means some carbon will be reduced, and your material will be relatively more stable, less leached. The operations, of course, will have the corrosion protection issue because we're talking about high humidity operations. How can the humidity with the continuous operations will be robust in terms of the functionality of the system is very important. And I want to say another method, which is, I would say, more enhanced version of wet air oxidation is what we call supercritical water oxidations. In this case, you can see that you're using relatively higher temperature in the process, and with the higher temperature, one thing we can expect is that your degradation of the harmful organic pollutants could be potentially be of further benefit, which means that it will be probably safer for the product to be used. Of course, you do have a lot of process that need to relatively new process that's not standardized in the industry that needs to be designed to be tested throughout your pilot scale all the way to the large scale. Okay, lastly, we start to look at two systems together. That is what we call the pyrolysis and also the what we call the gasification. In fact, these two are very similar. It's basically, well, once you have a sludge, right, and then you heat it up, if you give 100% air, that's incineration. If you give 0% air, then that's pyrolysis. Pyrolysis will generate the very famous, I didn't put it right here, but a lot of people must already know it, which one we call biochar. So biochar process comes from the pyrolysis. And then if you have a way to use biochar, go ahead. This is actually the quite mature process that being used, the petroleum chemical process to have the organic substance to be pyrolyzed. But it doesn't have this problem because you have some of the tar and also a lot of materials. You are not having that much of the solid waste reductions. You have to understand you have a good channel for your biochar. If you don't, then actually pyrolysis is not really help you to reduce the amount of sludge problem too much. So some people have a mitigated process called gasification. Gasification, again, 0% pyrolysis, 0% air pyrolysis, 100% air incineration, somewhere in between. That's gasification, whatever you like. So you actually have some off gas, which means that you still generate some gas phase that like methane, hydrogen that you can use for energy, but at the same time, your residue will be relatively much less compared to pyrolysis. So you can see the new technology these days give us a range of choice for us to do to generate, number one, recovery energy and generate different type of substance throughout this process, and then looking for the next step of the applications. All right, so gasification now, what we are observing has been a quite really fast development. But the problem, no free lunch in the world. The problem is that so far I see a huge challenge that not able to scale it up. It's all still relatively small scale. If you're looking for full scale, perfectly functioning, the type of example in a commercial basis, I haven't seen it. There are some of the pilot scale current that are doing very well. Okay, great. I love to see further development over there. I hope I'm wrong today, because maybe tomorrow there are some good news coming out. But that's our observation at this moment. My duty to report this to you. But this could be one of the way a lot of people intensively investigating the effort and resources to work on. Okay, so look at those options, and then big cities like Hong Kong, what we do? Well, we used to basically landfill it. Well, because you probably know that Hong Kong, the past history was basically following British history, and British like landfill, do a lot of landfilling, and try to capture the gas coming out of that. But we start to change that. We start to change to sludge incinerations. Well, the reason, which I didn't plan to spend too much time to talk about here, but it's very interesting, is that in Hong Kong, because we have a relatively small piece of land, so our landfill is actually very close to the residential area. All right, when we landfill the sludge, because the sludge is like a mud, it's like very muddy, particularly when you have raining days and it start to be like a mud flow, you know? And therefore, there's an important rule in Hong Kong is that when we landfill one part of a sludge, it needs to go with 10 parts of municipal solid waste. So 1 to 10. Otherwise, they're kind of very fruity. They kind of mud-like sludge will have problems and then causing the safety actually in the nearby areas of a landfill. But we have been promoting the reduction of municipal solid waste a lot. But at the same time, we're creating 2.5 times of sludge. So this 10-1 ratio couldn't maintain it anymore. So we have to quickly find another solution, and that was the incineration. Of course, they have been using the state-of-the-art incineration process, which is fluidized bed incinerator for sludge, the most suitable type of incinerator for sludge, no doubts. And then it was pretty much contracted by international company like Veolia from France, Arabs from UK, or Leighton mostly from based in Australia. So they do it very well. They even have, so this is our sludge incinerator. As you can see, it's like a tourist site. In fact, in Hong Kong, it has been marketed as a tourist site because you can have a educational center. You even have a jacuzzi, over there for free. Whoever wants to go ahead, and so they have this kind of relationship with the nearby area of tourists to try to get people to support. So that's our solution, but as what I'm saying, that you probably see that should be not ending there, because the ash actually still not being beneficially used. The nutrients still being wasted right there. So in my group, we have been thinking about a lot of different ways that probably you can use this residue for construction material, or even for the nutrient, which I will introduce slightly later. So that part really come back to the material research. And if you have a good material research, then you can develop good products, safe, and also lower cost enough. One of the method that we've been working on is the construction material, which means for ceramic material, for example. A lot of people consider ceramic material is very easy. You just put a clay, like Calvin clay, put it together, burn it to high temperature. But actually it's not that easy because there are a lot of chemistry over there. I don't want to go too much in the detail, but I'm just trying to say, in terms of the clay burning, you find a lot of positive and negative opinion. Some people say it's very effective, some people say it's not, and we find out it's because a lot of people actually do a lot of mechanism. One of the mechanisms that we find out is the spinel moly reaction series, very important, that you can have the mirror phase to host your heavy metal, whether it being host nicely or not, make huge differences. So we use the X-ray diffraction techniques, and then we find out different, issues that we find out. It's the nature of the system that most environmental chemists only look at the chemical formula, which is not enough. You should look at mineralogies. For example, aluminum oxide, same Al2O3, actually is a different kind of crystal structure. You cannot differentiate by chemical analysis because it's only aluminum oxygens. But the mineralogies help you to tell different type of alpha alumina, gamma alumina, for example. So this is a typical X-ray diffraction that you can put a material in there, it will give you a pattern, and you just use the standard pattern A and B to fit it. Everybody can do it pretty much in the area. But if I ask how much percent A and B, 99% people do not do that because they don't know this quantitative, and they don't know this conventional qualitative analysis of X-ray can be qualitative. And it needs to be qualitative because our nature system is actually a very mixed world, right? We should not only know who they are, but we should also know how many of them. Because in the industry, if you put things in the industry, you cannot just say, hey, I have 5 members right there, but how, 90% purity and 10% purity is a completely different value in the industry. Sometimes probably even used for even the case for the fertilizer, for example. So we try to use atomic structure simulation to analyze our X-ray diffraction patterns, and then use the X-ray patterns to quantify each phase is coming out. So that's been one of the strong power that we have in terms of the techniques. So we start to look at all this heavy metal, how they actually incorporate into different kind of metrics in the geomaterial, and we try to see, for example, this is a nickel leaching capability being hosted by different type of mirror phase. And we find out some of them are better, some of them not so good. But the good thing is that, yes, if you have a good mirror phase there to stabilize your heavy metal, then even your heavy metal is being incorporated in your residues. It actually doesn't release into the nature system. It doesn't actually release into your fertilizer. Well, it's there, but it's not being soluble, being absorbed by the plant. Nothing wrong with that. So that is an important skill that we'd like to look into that. I won't go too much about the chemistry, but I'm trying to say we look at nickel, we look at copper, we look at all different kind of metals. And one of the good things that we have in the lab, it's particularly quite unique in the world, is that we have to use a fundamental parameter approach that make the spectrons analysis more meaningful. Because at this moment, a lot of the lab, they have a lot of their sample result basically mixed with the sample information together with the instruments. So you have to really have that what we call a fundamental parameter approach to get rid of that instrument effect and generate a new phases coming out. and do the more physical and meaningful analysis on that. We also have to use the internal standard to really find out amorphous content, because XRD is not able to see amorphous content. You have to have the internal standard. Otherwise, a lot of research without internal standards, actually, I think the data is not reliable. So we did the copper, we did the copper aluminum system, copper, the clay system. We always find out there's a very, very good window that you can operate your process nicely in order to have a good result coming out. We start to look at for all this kind of real waste, combine that, see whether it really come out as what we have in the lab, and it match actually nicely. This is the case for zinc, for example. So again, sometimes you process that not enough is not enough. You process it too much, you actually have different kind of adverse effect, like this one. You know, you process a high temperature, the result wasn't that good. It all solved mechanistically by the scientific research. So we started to look at leaching behavior, we look at how the metal actually leave this mirror phase. If you leave the mirror phase in the water phase, then that will be absorbed by the plane. If it's not, then it's fine. The plane will actually not absorb any of them. So that's what, and then we find out the process on the surface, what are the chemical phases on the surface to judge whether the material is safe or not. So I'm just trying to say that let's not just look at the effect to judge whether the material is safe or not. We look at the scientific basis, look at the real mirror phase, chemical compositions is just one of the informations. So again, look at the surface, somehow whether the surface heavy metal will come out. Because we understand, if you have a piece of material, if the heavy metal is inside the material, it doesn't matter. It will not affect you because it's not a surface. Only surface harmful material will come out and dissolved. So, and particularly a lot of heavy metal, you cannot make heavy metal disappear because it's part of the nature. So the most important thing is to control the behavior. Just bear with me a little bit, few seconds. I know you're gonna give me time up, but last content is that instead of just stabilize the metal, we want to recover resources. And one very good thing is phosphates. Phosphates is a very interesting question that we need phosphate because it's a very important part for the fertilizer. But at the same time, phosphate is one of the biggest environmental pollutants. It makes us eutrophications. So we need that, but we also been troubled by too much of that. How ironic. That shows our poor management of these resources in the world. So, hey, can we actually recover the phosphate from the wastewater? The answer is yes. How do we do that? We can use X-ray diffraction to quantitatively knowing how much of that. One of the most important phases is what we call struvite. That has been considered a slow releasing phosphates. It has ammonia, so it can supply nitrogen at the same time, also the phosphates. But the purity of a lot of this recovered struvite are not well controlled, and they started used for agricultural activity. And then sometimes they find good results, sometimes they find not. That's the problem. So we just try to say that we use this all different kind of, I think we're the first one in the world to really standardize this process, to really use X-ray diffraction. Actually, the chemical method cannot solve this. You have to use crystallization phase process, and we have our standard, and then we use the method, we find out the standard, the answer and what we actually measure match perfectly. So we often get samples from different places of the world, from wastewater, and they say we have recovered the struvite in the recovered phosphate struvite form is 100% pure struvite, and we often kind of find out they are not. Like this one is from one of the wastewater treatment places in Italy city. You find out actually it's only 50%. So sometimes it really helps you, to control during the operation process. How can you recover the struvite nicely? So overall, I think we've been always in this field looking at the chemical and engineering environmental process, and one of the editors of these journals. And we encourage people to look at things scientifically, contributing to our environment, contributing to our resource recoveries. And I personally also have two books on X-ray diffraction, also environmental material. Anyone feel interested on any of this relevant topic, feel free to see how much I can help you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, professors, for your nice talk. I think we're near the lunchtime, so I want to close this section. If you have any question, maybe you will go to the afternoon's comprehensive discussion sections. Okay, thank you, professors, for your nice talking. Thank you very much.
everyone. Happy lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. I think all of you are very hungry, so we go down to stay to eat your lunch. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
非常感谢各位主持跟主讲人。接下来会有1个小时的午餐时间，请大家到5楼用餐，并于下午1点准时进场。下午1点开始于2楼次会场有论文发表，请参与论文发表者提早至2楼做准备。其余来宾请留在下午1点留在此会场继续听讲座。麻烦嘉宾请先行移动至5楼用餐，其余与会人员请先稍等。
Thank you very much, speakers. We will now have our lunch. May we request everyone to go to level 5 or the 5th floor and return to the lecture hall at 12:55. The next section will start at 1, and at the same time later, we have research papers published and will be presented in another venue on the 2nd floor. For our research papers presenters, please check your schedule and prepare your presentation on the 2nd floor before your presentation time. For the rest of the guests, please stay in our lecture hall later at 1 for another presentation from our keynote speaker. We can now transfer on the 5th floor or level 5 to have our lunch. Thank you. Okay, may we request everyone to go on level 5 or on the 5th floor to have our lunch. Don't forget to return on the lecture hall at exactly 12:55 to have another keynote speakers. And those who have presentations this afternoon, please check your schedule and prepare before your presentation time. Thank you.
The warning have caused
麦克风吧。对对。 We didn't have so much person can join because the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The speech is about to begin after 2 minutes. 各位贵宾，大家好，我们的会议即将在2分钟之后开始。I want to welcome all of you to this session of conference. I will going to serve as the moderator for this session. Due to time constraint, I think we will get started now. I want to introduce myself. My name is Jian Zhou. I am the director of Master Program of Green Technology for Sustainability at Nanhua University. It's my honor to moderate this session on one of the world's most important issue, organic agriculture. The next speaker will be Johnny Riosowa, Vice Mayor, Municipality of Murcia, Negros Occidental. He will speak on produce your own organic best practice of CPSU Murcia to support rural development. Now let's welcome Johnny Riosowa.
Yeah, good afternoon, each and everyone. Before I will start, I would like to express my greatest gratitude for all the organizers of their symposium today and also for tomorrow. And this event will be a great help when we come back home for sure. And we would like also to give thanks to Ma'am Joanne Escobar, our lead researcher for this topic. She's the campus administrator of CPSU, the Central University, Central Philippine State University, and at the same time, the Director for International Affairs at CPSU Murcia Extension. She was the one who prepared all the presentation to be discussed by yours truly. And I would like also to give thanks to all the representatives from different countries and different organizations for all the ideas and insights to be gathered by our team. I am here with me, our executive assistant from the mayor's office, our agriculture office from the Mingyuan College, and also the chairman in our committee on agriculture. So we would like also to give thanks for Mingyuan and Nanhua University for inviting, sending, and for great hospitality that we are experiencing today. Anyway, our topic for today is how to produce your own organic, the best practice of one of our university, the Central Philippine State University in our town, to support rural development. As per introduction, growing your own organic food has a lot of benefits. In truth, there is a ton of evidence that is equally valid reasons not to purchase non-organic supermarket vegetables. So our purpose here is to produce our own products using the organic fertilizer and to refrain from buying from non-organic vegetables and other products from the market. Because we believe there are a lot of effects, bad effects, for sure, to our youth, most especially for today's generation. Growing your own organic food is not only better for you, but it may also be cost-effective. Produce departments are making the most of an informed public's desire for organic food, as evidenced by the stark price difference. By converting your loan into a garden, you'll spend less in groceries as well as water. So this is one of our purpose, that a bare loan without nothing, we will produce and we will make it a very healthy garden. Yeah. So it's a life-changing technologies by making this vermicomposting technology, naturally made a foliar fertilizer, and the mushroom production. These three changing technologies are now happening inside the campus of Central Philippine State University. So you can see Dr. Joanne there as our model, and how to make a vermicomposting technology inside the campus of CPSU. This is one of our great model, Mr. Romeo Rodriguez, that own only a 1.2 hectare of rice field. He's feeding 5 families that surrounds him, composed of 22 members. And this is the surrounding before of Mr. Rodriguez. And as CPSU Facilities Technology transfer through hands-on training and coaching. So Dr. Joanne went to Mr. Rodriguez's small farm, which owns a 1.2 hectare, and introduced this vermicasting technology, and look at what happened after 18 months. So this is what happened after 18 months of using this vermicast. From 14 cabans of rice as their baseline before the intervention, it became 75. And after 18 months, it became 126 cabans with 0 chemicals. So after that, our provincial government visited Mr. Rodriguez, and he was one of the best model farm in the whole Negros Occidental, the whole province of Negros, and he was also featured in the agricultural magazine as one of our model in the province. So Dr. Joanne also introduced this kind of farming, this kind of system to Palawan, using online training and coaching, and she already started that course through online. And teaching also some local villagers in our town to put and use this kind of technology outside their residence on their loan. So you can make your own vermicast fertilizer outside your residence only, naturally made foliar fertilizer. So this also being invented by Doc Joanne and her group. And this is a great help to our flower growers in the mountain, because our town is also a great supplier of flowers, and Doc Joanne introduced this foliar fertilizer, and look at what happened to the products of our constituents in Murcia. They have a great production, they have a great income, and less expenses. This fertilizer also help producing good vegetables, just like these tomatoes that were being harvested, I think last 2 months ago, for more than 200 kilos in a very short span space of agriculture. And inside also the campus in our university, they are also producing mushroom production. And not only that, this system and technologies was also introduced to our armed forces of the Philippines. It's called the Kapatiran, and it is being done by our armed forces members, our military, the army, and they are producing their own, and they also introduce this to their neighboring barangays. So our armed forces of the Philippines are also involved in this kind of technology, this organic fertilizer system. So the CPECU trained the armed forces of the Philippines and the Kapatiran, gave them starting kit as their livelihood. This is a trade-off. In exchange, the armed forces and Kapatiran will serve also as bantay lasang. Instead of charcoal making, they will use mushroom as their livelihood. So instead of cutting trees there and making it a charcoal, they will divert their attention to use this organic fertilizer and make their own farm. So it's a food security, it's zero chemicals, it's purely organic. And it also can provide us a good income, sustainability, youth value transformation. And look at what's happening now in our town. This is inside the campus, and you can see those students, those poor students, are making their own farm inside the school campus. And these products that they will harvest after a month, 2 months, or 3 months, those products they are eating for their lunch. So because we try to encourage our students in our municipality, because some of them are already discouraged because of financial crisis. They will not go to school because they don't have any money to buy for their lunch. But by this system, inside the small campus, they're planting their own food, making their own lunch inside the small campus for free. So one by one, they will introduce in each and every student how to make their own farm, how to make this vermicasting technology, to save earth for future generation and promote food sustainability. So they do farming or influence community to importance ecology sound farming practices and provide chemical free enough to food to feed the world, and will have an opportunity the world hunger. So these students being trained, being introduced, and now practicing this kind of system inside a small campus. And our main purpose is for them to bring this to their community, to their neighbors, to their home. And we are hoping by 5 years from now, this technology from our very small town will spread over the province. So these are the products inside the campus, and they're enjoying this very, very fresh and organic food and fruits. This is farm to table and food to food security. Not only fresh, but this is very, very helpful to each and every one of us. Listening this morning to the different speaker and even the online speakers before us this morning, I really believe to those sayings from Master Yon that we can truly save the world, because this symposium will bring and share a lot of ideas for sustainable development and green technology. Hoping each and every one of us sitting this afternoon will get a lot of insights and ideas, and will bring these ideas and insights at home. And we do promise also that this is only a short presentation. We are very, very eager to learn and gather and adopt all the technologies that we will hear today, and hoping after 5 years for the next symposium, we will have a longer presentation, and this topic, agriculture, will be expanded in our town. So once again, we're very, very thankful to each and every one, most likely the organizer of this symposium, and hoping this symposium will really, really change the world, as these representatives from every organization and countries will be the great factors for saving this world. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you for your kind introduction and presentation. Now we take a question from the audience. Any question?
Can I ask one question? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate the new university just before you have 3 students come to Nanyang University, and because they are very excellent, so I hire 1 person in my center. And this year, next year, have 5 students come to our center, and just only 6 months for a very short learning. But today, they also have a presentation in this conference. And in August, the school from the Million will have 15 students come to our university to learn the agriculture. But one thing is, I want to know what kind of topic they need to learn, what kind of topic they want to learn. So if you can tell us, then maybe we can prepare all the course for them. Okay, this is my question.
Thank you so much once again. I would like to give thanks to Mingyuan University and Nanhua University for accommodating and giving help also to our young constituents of being scholar here in Taiwan. So our municipality, one of our major products there is agriculture. We're producing mostly 30% of sugarcane and 25% of rice. And now we're trying to introduce coffee. We are one of the coffee maker and coffee supplier also in the province, and hoping we can import our very local production of coffee by next year, 2024. So I have also my private company in Japan, and we are going to sign a contract between the Japanese and the Philippines on June 4 this year. And we will be sending also agriculturists as technical interns in Japan to produce sweet potato and strawberries to help the production of Japan for that. So we also, our team also already decided that this coming June also we will be having our own symposium in our municipality to invite some speakers, because we are very, very encouraged by the presentation of the Central Philippine State University that the youth should be involved by this system and technologies, because we really believe that youth can save the world also. Yeah, so I do hope that the topics, the main topics maybe about agriculture is, I believe that because during this morning, you should use your heart with doing something, most likely agriculture. It is a traditional way. And Doc Juan also believe on the traditional way, so it being a composite technology of the modern and the traditional, so they can produce a very, very good production. So once again, I would like to thank you, the Mingyuan and the Nanhua University, for accommodating our constituents from Negros Occidental, and I can say that they're very, very happy, and their teachers also are here, are very, very happy also, and they're very, very proud of themselves. So after 5 years, maybe when we come back here for another symposium, these men coming from the municipality of Morsha will be very, very proud, gathering the ideas and insights of this symposium, and we will practice, observe, and we will apply in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johnny. You also do Professor Hong have any questions? Okay, now I will pass the microphone to the next moderator, 台湾绿色科技发展协会曾国正理事长。那我们就邀请下一位的那个主持人。
大家午安，大家好。我想我很高兴，也很荣幸，也很乐意再一次跟各位介绍下面的在来的主讲人陈义忠陈教授我想他从1986年开始参加我们政府的农技团到海外到世界各国去做农技的一个指导那在他担任印尼，他曾经担任过印尼、马拉维、甘比亚以及7个农技团的团长那也曾经在国际热带农业研究所担任副研究员，在马来西亚沙劳越农业及乡村发展部的水稻推 推广团担任过团长，也在世界蔬菜中心担任过农场的主任。那由于他的工作上的表现，在民国94年曾经获颁我们总统颁给景勋勋章。那在冈比亚担任农技团团长的时候，那时候大概在2000年左右，2000年左右，由于他研发了一套潮汐灌溉法，使冈比亚的一片将近400公顷的荒野变成良田，那到目前为止，他每年还可以增加大概有1万公吨的水稻的产量，那他今年已经83岁了，那还亲自下田耕作，我吃过他的稻米跟马铃薯，真的好吃，那他目前也还在学校担任传授有机农业的一些相关的技术，那对有机农业的推广一直不遗余力。那今天呢，他想跟各位分享，就是说他在不使用化学农药、肥料以及除草剂的条件之下，那利用天然的资材跟一些简易的一些耕作的方法，那达到一些有效的可以防治水稻的虫害、疾病，还有如何去控制这个杂草，那这方面的结果是可以增加稻米的产量，重要一点，它可以降低耕作的成本。那以下我们以热烈的掌声来欢迎我们陈义松陈教授的分享，谢谢各位，谢谢。
谢谢曾理事长。Thank you very much for your introduction. Today I would like to present you sustainable and low-cost paddy rice production under farmers' practice. It's a farmer, real farmer, is working on rice. And you see, rice is one of the important staple food for many people all over the world. But in this crowd, there are so many problems, like rice blast, rice bacteria leaf blight, and other diseases could be reduced yield very seriously. So today I would like to present you is a simple way and cheap price for control all this rice blast, bacteria, leaf blight, and other fungus disease, and pest, like golden snail. Golden snail, see, this is very small, but their multiplication is so fast. If you don't control them, it could be taking care of all your rice seedling at the younger stage. They can consume 11 seedling every day. So how serious, So that is things that I use different kind of management, like cinnamon money could control pests, plus just fresh turmeric. So that's very simple. All that grow in my farm. And horsetail could also contain of the silicon, like BD501 contain also silicon. They could inhibit fungus disease, you see. So that's the way I will continue. And some of the beneficial microorganisms, like KKF, which was introduced to Taiwan way back in 2011. And Mr. Tisha came from Thailand. He's so kind to help the farmer to get away from chemical and all the expensive fertilizers. So he's really helpful to many people in Thailand and all other countries, and also including Taiwan. And we also use rapid decomposer provided by our government. Bacilas, this is very good. So I will explain to you one by one. Well, plain rice now is 100%, almost 100% by transplanter, no longer by manual transplanting. When I was a little boy, I started to transplant rice at age of 13. So I tried. But now, I still interested in rice cultivation. Any problem? Oh, okay. Oh, all right, okay. Thank you. And this rice field, it is very important when we just transplant it, because if the seed touches the water too long of time, this leaf will be rotting. And if the leaves are rotten, what happened? They cannot grow. You have to wait maybe another 2 weeks to recover that waste a lot of fertilizer and other irrigation water as well. So I would like to suggest, the farmer must pay attention to this one. This is practical. You don't need to spend the money, but you could manage it. It's already gone. Oh, it's from the lower. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. This farmer is pulling the weeds from the rice field, manually, but not by machine. But anyway, that was the original time when I started rice cultivation without any herbicide, any other materials for this weeding purpose. Well, actually, when you are doing the weeding, you could use rotavator to cultivate the rice field and clean away all the weeds. But this we must plant it very well, very straight. Otherwise, they could be caused by damaging of the machine. So, but here, I don't know, I'm sorry. I am really do not know how to handle this one, but why it continue to move? Is that any problem? Well, anyway, I will just, okay, all right. Yeah, please help me, Mr. Chen, yes. So, go back a little bit, would you? Thank you. You see, I say if this rice field, the seeding, is not growing well. Why? Because some of the rice straw are not well decomposed. And then when we transplant, the seeding is under the fermentation of rice straw or green manure crops, as well as wheat, and they continue to produce heat, and this heat will burn the root. You can see those brown roots are not healthy. And that white one is the good one, so they can grow well. So I would say we must prevent from this decomposition still taking place after rice transplanted. Okay. And if you found rice field still taking the fermentation continuously, we must leave it dry the land so that they can go out. You know, we're not burning our seeding. That's the way we could do the additional work. All right, continue. Well, I use a lot of green manure. You could have green manure crops. Yeah, this green manure crops could help you inhibit the weeds grow. You see all the green manure crops covering soil canopy very, very well. So we could not compete with green manure crops. So these green manure crops we have, including Vicia rassicapa, Treholium alexandrinum, Mexicago sativa, and brassica species. As you can see here, I'm sorry, you are not, mostly you are not from here, but if you are coming from Taiwan, you will see in the central part of Taiwan, see a lot of yellow cover covering the rice field perfectly, and also give the bee plenty of honey, you know, so that is a very good. The other green manure crops I mentioned, those are very good for bee as well, like Vicia rassicapa. We found at Nanhua University, they are also bee come to, you know, taking care of our pollination. So that is very good, and we should try to see if we can find out the nice green manure crop from your own localities. You know, that is help for the inhibit the weeds. All right. You see that even just this month, I had some of these green manure crops left over. During the last cropping season, I just leave it on the lake between my rice field, and they're still growing very well. So you can see how this green manure crops helping on weed control. I took all the green manure crops sampling, you know, for about 4 years. Because each year we have winter crop. You know, winter crop is between the first rice cultivation and the second one. Between that, we have winter, you know, about 3 months, no rice, but we grow green manure crop to help, you know, covering the soil surface, inhibiting weed growth. I found this is very good, and even my students from Negros Occidental, they are witness of in my rice field. Here, the sampling of each year green manure crop. The first year, I got 35.2, the second 32.1, and then the 42.5, 34.6, and the total we have averaged about 34.6 tons per hectare. This is increase in our soil. I am sure they will enrich our soil fertility, and increasing the microorganisms, diversify all the microorganisms in our rice field. So this is really a very good crop. And this is another field with rapeseed, that's a brassica species, and also growing very well. So we can see that they really help a lot for inhibiting weeds growth. Here you see the two comparisons. In front of me, on the left side, you will see without any crops, without any crop. But the farmer practicing on burning rice straw. In this side, the farmer practice green manure crop. You see that growing very nicely, and they can inhibit weed control. So I use this weed control a lot. I found is quite effective. So here, just before I turn over the green manure crops, I took this photo. You see the Bichia lasicarpa combination with the Treifolium alexandrium and Manicago sativa. They are really grow very well, so beautifully. This new leaf, green leaf, can be cooked. You don't need to eat much, but can use part of for vegetable. Yeah. And this was the time I used the BD 500 for enriched soil activities. Yeah. Okay. And 500 I used to apply about before this. The soil is turned over, then I applied. Then the second time, just before green manure cross is planted. Yeah. Here is one thing very interesting I would like to show you. How to control golden snail. Golden snail, we used to apply camellia cake powder or some other chemical. But I found if you are not serious to apply camellia cake powder, you might kill earthworm. Okay? So be careful. If I use camellia cake powder, I use very low dosage, about 2.5, about government recommendation 5 kg per 0.1 hectare. But I use only about half. And I apply just along the line. For instance, this is a rice we planted here, but I apply only the line because golden snail prefer to lay their egg on light, the wall of light. So, but that is the reason. But if you apply Cassia fistula, what happened? No golden snail come out. So I was surprised. This was introduced by Mr. Teja from Thailand. Yes. So I try. Not many people like to try, but I always like to try to see what is this simple way is that effective. I collect this Cassia fistula from Nanhua University. Last time I had that, and then I only had 30 kilograms, but I had 0.2 hectare. How I apply it? The recommendation rate was 5 kg per 0.1 hectare, but I apply it through irrigation water. Only about each time about 1.5 kg only, one time, 4.2 hectare. So I apply whenever I am going to irrigate, I pass through irrigation because I don't need the extra power, manpower. That is mean you can save. And I found, the season I apply about, depend on the seeding. If the seeding grow fast and they get rough, then golden snail will not eat because it's too difficult for them to eat. So if we can observe that, maybe 4 times is enough for one cropping season. But if you found the seeding is still very young, like this first cropping season, we had cold weather and our seeding is not developed well. So I had to have the extra cassia fistula. But that still not consume prepared 30 kilograms of this cassia fistula. I still have some at my farm. So this is one I really would like to recommend. And in tropical area, you could easily find this plant and just chop it. Okay. Here is the chopping of the cassia fistula. Recommendation weight is 5 kg per 0.1. Camellia cake, the same, but I use always lower than the recommended rate. Okay. Here, you see, in this room, Sunny Lin and her daughter is over there. Sunny was the one applied this cassia fistula in my farm, and she is really helpful, and she has a lot of good experience, And now if we want to apply it, we should apply it before transplanting, so that when it is turned over, it will mix with the soil uniformly and to have a better effectiveness. Okay. Here, golden snail, you see, when they are the rice getting strong, they cannot attack the rice seeding anymore. So that black one, small, those are golden snail. But I don't control anymore because time is over. You don't need to control them and just leave it there. They will help you to clean the weeds in rice field. Okay. And here I mentioned that cinnamon Burmani plus fresh turmeric, they are very good for control stem borer and various insect problems. But we have to apply maybe at 30 days and 50 days right after transplanting, because by doing 2 times almost cut the stem borer. So I don't need to worry. If my field compared to the neighboring farmers' field, they could still find some dead heart, but my field is very few dead heart. I mean the white head, because white head goes straight, not bowing to you, no. So that means it's empty. That is a dead heart. But if we could have this control, that is very good. And if you want to use other way of controlling this dead heart and the stem borer, we can use this horsetail and BD501 for control this fungus disease, because they are contain of silicon, and which inhibit this fungus disease very well. So, all right. Here, horsetail, this is from my farm. And that cinnamon bomani also from my farm. Okay. Here, the real plant to show you. On the right side is cinnamon bomani, and the left side is turmeric. So just very simple and two things. Yeah, we can control. So, yeah, 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So here is the preparation. Depend how much you want, you know. So it's easy. Yeah. Okay. This is just pass through the irrigation water. You see. So no additional work. Okay. And this horsetail, I think I have explained already. Yes. Okay. And this is come from Negros Occidental. I'm glad to show you that this was requested by Father Reverend Su way back in 2011. He asked me to go there to share some of organic experience. So I worked there in this college for 10 times since 2011 to 2019. So I'm glad that all my friends from Negros Occidental welcome you and promote organic agriculture. Okay. And this is my student, Anna Chen, and the student over there preparing the BD cow horn for feeding the cow lung. You know, so it's, this student, some are here. Okay. And this farmer, as I say, they always pass the material just through irrigation, saving manpower. Okay. And this is a rice grass. You see, just newly happened in my area. You can see the right side is almost burning. Yeah, rice grass. Yeah. Okay. And bacteria leaf blight is another very serious disease. You will see they will start from the edge of the leaf and then go into this one. Professor Wang Qiangsheng from National Zhongxing University, he bred this very resistant, almost 100% of resistant, and moderate resistant to rice grass. So his variety, I found no disease up to now for the last 6 consecutive cropping seasons. And this is BD 501. I think I have explained to you, all right? And then this was way back 1969 when I was working at the Xavier University. Former President Marcos came to see my work over there. This was the William Masterson who asked me to work for that project. Now, this photo you can see when I was working in Sarawak. We have rice extension program way back 1980 to 1982. And I started to use the very small transplanter. Okay. And this was in Africa, you know, so I really love the rice cultivation. Okay. And this is Mr. Decha. He is a founder of KKF. He's really doing a lot of good work. I visited his farm 3 times to prove his work is successful. And this is the, I don't know, who is this? Dr. Kasem, my brother, he came from Thailand, and so long time ago he came to my farm. Okay. How many minutes? Finish? So this is another one from international inspector. I think President Dr. Chen from Mingdao University, he conducted international training, and we have some inspector come from Canada and America. Okay. And this is also in Africa. Anyway, just show you. Okay. And this is Dr. Norman of Hope from Cornell University. He came to Mingdao University. He introduced SRI, rice intensification farming method. And this originally was founded from a Catholic priest from okay. And this is from Indonesia, the rice harvesting. Let me recall, when I was a little boy, I used this for cutting rice. Yeah, okay. And this is the harvest of XD number 9, which I mentioned, breeded by Dr. Wang Xiangsheng. Okay. And I have 6 cropping season. You know, the yield, some are high, some are low, but average about 6.1, nearly 6.2 tons per hectare, which the traditional national average, you know, but we are not applying any chemical, okay? Yeah. So in conclusion, I would say that our practicing, you know, you can either select the good variety, resistant variety, or you could also apply the natural resource material like cinnamon, bomani, plus fresh turmeric to control stem borer and other insect problem. And the disease we have, you know, like this BDY01 plus BDY08, they could inhibit fungus diseases. And the cassia fistula is really could help on control golden snail with a very low loss, and almost you found safe, no problem. And green manure cross cultivation could also inhibit wheat, you know, successfully. Because that is the reason my field now the wheat is very little. So Professor Wang Xiangsheng used to visit my farm. He said, "Hey, Chen, what are you doing? Your rice field cannot see wheat." I say, "I don't know. I just manage it by, you know, practicing, you know, casual practicing." So we could have all these nice, you know, KKF microorganisms really could, you know, help. Also, the compost, the rice straw, green manure cross, as well as wheat. And our government provided free, okay, this, the material for the compost rice straw is also very good. And we could apply those things to inhibit the wheat. And I hope that will help, you know, our farmer who want to do the practical management for weed control and pest control. Thank you very much.
谢谢陈教授的实务分享哈。那因为时间上有点好，所以如果有问题的话，我们会后再请各位提出来哈。那接下来我想。
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and this time I will introduce Dr. Kassan. Before introducing him, I introduce myself. I'm Yao Ming Hong. I'm professor in the master program of green technology in Nanhua University. And I also for about 7 years ago, we just established a master program of this program. And after 6 years, now we changed our director by Professor Zhou Jianming. But in the same time, in the 7 years ago, we also have built a center. This center is Center for Sustainability. And the first CEO is Dr. Chen Shixiong, and I'm the second CEO. Okay, so this is myself. Okay, so now I will introduce the Dr. Kassan. As you know, in fact, the Dr. Chen Yisong have introduced Dr. Kassan. Both of them are classmates in Thailand, right? Yeah, both of yes. And now Dr. Kassan, he is the president of the Association of Agriculture Technology in Southeastern Asia in Thailand. And he also is a professor in the Research Institute of Modern Organic Agriculture and Faculty of Agriculture and Technology. And in addition, in fact, today, when it comes to Taiwan, we have another thing is more important than his speech. Today, later, we will sign an MOU. This MOU, after signing, maybe in the future, we will just build an international association. And then the name is not only Taiwan, maybe in the world. So in the future, the name may be International Association of Green Technology for Sustainability. Okay, so today I think he will release his research on the connection. This connection is between the organic agriculture and SDGs. Let us give him a big hand.
Good afternoon, organizing committee, Dr. Chen Yisong, my own friend, everybody, all participants. So I'm now actually I just a scientist that working on the how to stop or reduce the toxic chemicals, toxic agrochemical, that everybody know that it is very dangerous to human being, and also it destroy our environment as well. So I have been work on the microorganism for microorganism and then to find out the many kind of microorganism and develop to be bioproduct to be used instead of the chemical fertilizer. So the agrochemical is we are our group that we like our food to be safety. So at the same time, another group is they are still use chemical. So this is I really happy to meet all of you, especially the young scientists, to be continue to do research, because according to my work for organic agriculture or non-agrochemical production, I usually work as the scientific basis to be solve the problem, to find the agricultural input to be used instead of the chemical fertilizer. So about more than 100 years ago, the agrochemical just come to our world. And within this period of the time, they destroy a lot of our environment and also short human life. We are a group of scientists that we are trying to find the bioproduct by research, by scientific research to be solve this problem. Many years ago, all over the world, they try to reduce the toxic chemical. They use GAP or GAP. GAP or GAP that's been good economic practice. That means they still apply or they still use a toxic chemical. But the product should be something like not over concentrate the standard concentration, but still toxic chemical residue in food, in product. So what we are working is how to stop the chemical, agrochemical. That means chemical fertilizer, chemical pesticide, including chemical herbicide, insecticide, fungicide, nematicide, and other. So according to my experiences in research, not only in laboratory but also in the field, in the past 20 years ago, I always invited by many countries in South Asia or some other country to do this kind of work or to do organic agriculture in practice. So now we are a group of the scientists that I'm in charge of the president of Association of Agricultural Technology in South Asia or ATSI. We have the scientist member on over about 18 countries, and then we are grouped together more than 14 years ago. Then in our group we are help each other, we collaborate with each other to do research, to find a bioproduct, and finally now we have full set of the bioorganic product to be used instead of chemical fertilizer. That means our philosophy is now we try to stop the agrochemical. For the first step, we go to the field and we meet the farmer. If the farmer agree by heart that they try to stop, we will let them stop immediately. In this period, we call NAP, or non-agrochemical production, in conversion period to organic agriculture. And after that, we will suggest the farmer how to improve the soil, how to control the disease, how to control insect by biological way, like that. For my work, actually I'm specialized in plant pathology and especially mycology of fungi. On microorganisms that I discover for produce compost, like microorganisms that produce enzymes to degrade the cellulose, lignin, protein, and microorganisms to degrade rock phosphate or potassium feldspar to get more available nutrient. And also some species of chitomium. Chitomium is a fungus that can active against several kinds of diseases, and also insect fungi. That means all microorganisms that I have found, I will be screening for resistant to those chemical pesticides, like you can see in the skin. The microorganisms that I found after screening, we can know that our microorganism can resistant to those chemical insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, even fertilizer that remaining or residual in the soil. And also we are screening for pH level. They can tolerate or can growing in the wide range of the pH from pH 3 to pH 7, 8, and also temperature. I also screening the microorganisms that can be growing in a wide range of temperature from 7, 8 until 35 degrees Celsius, for example. And after that, we also the microorganism that after that we develop to be bioproduct, and before that we also check or testing for acute toxicology or dormant toxicology. That means after we release to the environment, there will be safety. And now I have the biofertilizer, natural product biofertilizer that I have the different kind of microorganisms that can produce or teach the farmer to produce different kind of biofertilizer with high nitrogen. high phosphorus in flower, high potassium for increased yield, and to be used instead of chemical fertilizer. Or we also have biofungicide like chitomium, trichoderma, or sometimes we can use herbs or some kind of medicinal plant. For insect control, I also have the Buelia, Bassiana, and Metallizin, and also BT or Bacillus thuringiensis, or some herbs to control some insect. And about nematode, we have the verticillium, Pseudomyces, or can control nematode, root knot nematode, and sometimes we use repellent plants. And natural bioherbicide for weed control. Peterson already present some of his very successful practical, but now I am developing bioherbicide from plant, not finished yet this one. And we have also the plant growth promoting microorganism, and this is the one thing that we have done. So just for example, that this is my work on biodecomposer. I have many kind of the fungi, bacteria, like for example the Apelus oryzae, Apelus thelius, Emericella nudulans, Emericella rugurosa, Pseudoeulotium, and mycology. Those fungi, for example, that they can produce different kind of enzymes, like enzyme cellulase, degrade cellulose, ligninase, degrade lignin, protease, degrade protein, lipase, degrade protein, for example. And also, I have some microorganisms that can degrade rock phosphates. So after that become available rock phosphates a lot, and also potassium, some microorganisms can degrade potassium feldspar. And then after we apply this microorganism, we can get a more available K. So it is very important that for the organic agriculture, especially organic crop production, that is the quality of the soil fertility. How can we make the soil become organic soil immediately? Then the farmer can be plant, and yield and quality can compare with chemical one. Until now, about over 10 years, I am a consultant of some company in Thailand that we have done contact farmer, and then I control almost about 100 organic vegetable and fruit, and then also certified by IFOM, and sent in supermarket in Thailand. It's over 10 years already. So we can compare that if the farmer, they have know-how, they have innovation or research by a product, they can plant, and the quantity or quality is same with chemical. You can visit me in Thailand. I can bring you. So soil is a very important, soil management is very important. So everybody know that, just in short, the pH of the soil acidity. So how can we adjust the soil until pH 6.5, 6.8? You can see that because if the pH is about almost to be neutral pH, the plant can uptake or absorb nutrient, or not nutrient can absorb. If very acid, pH 2, 3, the plant can absorb very less nutrient or cannot absorb, even alkaline soil. So sometimes in this one, sometimes the farmer can see, they are saying, lack nutrient deficiency. Actually, the nutrient is in the soil, but the pH of the soil is not proper for the plant growth. I do a lot of this one. So I developed the biodecomposer for soil remediation by this time. How can we, I talk about soil remediation. I have collaboration with India, the scientists. Then now we have some actinomyces or some fungi, bacteria, they can degrade heavy metal in the field already. So now we are going to be develop to be bioproduct and practice already. So the soil is so important, and How can we make compost? This is my product, biodecomposer already produced in China. That you see there, in Myanmar. In Cambodia to promote the soil. So now I can teach the farmer to do the different kind of biofertilizer, like biofertilizer with high organic matter, high phosphorus to induce flower, high potassium to induce more, to have more potassium available, and also we can teach the farmer to make the biofertilizer equal as chemical, like if chemical fertilizer 15-15-15 or 16-16-16, we can introduce the farmer to produce a biofertilizer NPK almost equal, and then we have the equipment to measure. I have that one. So this is that means we can let the farmer stop immediately, and we suggest we introduce them how to make biofertilizer to be used instead of chemical fertilizer. So this is one thing that I go to promote the farmer, help the farmer to produce fertilizer and have this equipment. During fertilizer, I can check available nitrogen, available NPK immediately and adjust raw material and microorganism. And in life side, that is I produce biofertilizer with high phosphorus, high K with microorganism. That means I produce in Malaysia, near Johor Bahru near Singapore, many years ago. And this is in Myanmar. I also produce those kind of the biofertilizer contribute to Myanmar farmer. And another thing is this is the microorganism that promoting plant growth together with natural amino can be let the plant grow very well. This is I produce in China. And this one also the produced in Myanmar. Liquid station also. Liquid station and produced in Myanmar. This also the microorganism promoting plant growth together with the natural potassium humate or natural humic acid like that. So this is also in Myanmar, different kind. And we also have the Trichoderma hasianum. That is my work. I published in journal Mass Spectro in United States in the year 2000. This Trichoderma hasianum can produce antibiotic polypeptide or toxin A50. And this compound or this metabolite can induce resistance to plant and also promote plant growth. This is just my work about chitomium. That is, chitomium is a fungus, and now a fungus belonging to Ascomyces. I have different kind of chitomium. Until now, about 30 years already, I released a lot of a lot of the product and produce liquidation and produce in many countries. This is chitomium, for example, chitomium globosum. You can see Ascomyces, ascospore and the footing structure. I have the different strain of chitomium globosum, chitomium cuprem, and chitomium coxoides, chitomium elatum, chitomium siamense, chitomium basilense, and others. You can see my work in the Google. All of the chitomium that we discover, I have been work with organic chemistry, that we found new compound, new metabolite that can actively against phytopathogen, like Phytophthora, Fusarium, Colletotrichum, and others. But also they can control human disease, like anti-malaria caused by Falciparum, Plasmodium falciparum, or can anti-tuberculosis caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and some they can control Candida albicans. That is most of my publication about chitomium. After that, I know already that our strain, effective strain of chitomium can produce new compound a lot, and then they active compound I developed to be bioproduct. Yeah, I pass. So this after that, it has been registered in China, in Thailand, in China in 1998, and also registration in Vietnam from 2001, and in Laos. Now we registration in Cambodia and in Myanmar. And this one, by this time, the own strain of Chitomium species. Why is it very important to tell you that this formulation include big strain of many strain of Chitomium, but before you mix together, you must be study on synergistic effect first. Otherwise, if you have so many strains, you just mix together. Maybe some of each strain, some strain they are antagonistic each other. When you can get, you will not get very good bioproduct. But if you are study on synergistic effect, that means they are grow together. You will get very good bioproduct. This is the point. So that means this is the Chitomium biofungicide become biofungicide legislation in many countries. And then this that in Vietnam, in Cambodia, legislation in China, and they give very good control in Vietnam. So that's it. About 5 years ago, I have developed the active compound of each cell of Chitomium. I put in electron spinning and become nanoparticle, about 100 nano, 80 nano, or something like that. And this nanoparticle I spray, treat it into the plants. Then we absorb the plant very fast. And after they absorb to the plant, they will induce the plant immunity for the disease. Like for example, I treated, this is the nanoparticle, they are together, we call nanofiber. And this one, after we treated to the plant, for example, I treated to tomato will caused by fusarium. The infected tomato, after we treated, after for 2-3 weeks, the plant is recovered from the disease. And after that, we check what happened. So the tomato produce phytoalexin, namely alpha-toluene. Alpha-toluene is phytoalexin production. And also, we also successful in chili anthracnose. They induce chili produce capsidol, is a phytoalexin against anthracnose disease of chili. And lately, also after we treated to durian, because durian in Thailand, in South Asia, really serious. They're caused by phytophthalates. But now we have the phytoalexin. We have the nano-lister. After treat to the infected durian, the durian will induce the phytoalexin against the durian disease. I published already this one. Already published internationally. This is I call sometimes atomic or nano-lister, and already legislation in Vietnam and distributed in Vietnam, in Cambodia, in China also, in Russia. And in Russia we also test the bioproduct, especially the nano before COVID. I've been there in Crimea, and it is very successful to use the nano-lister to induce immunity in citrus in Crimea, Russia. And for insect, I have built a Barcelona, and so on. So this how they kill the insect, and also metallizing and BT to kill insect. And nematicide, bio-nematicide, we have both Decilium to control root knot nematode caused by Meloidogae incognita. And this is, you can see, we have on accidental input for organic agriculture. I go faster. And this is the one that I have been consultant of an organic company in Thailand for over 10 years. This is organic cabbage. About 100 kind of organic cabbage I have been control or suggest or recommendation the farmer to be used. As you see, I not go detail. Organic papaya, and this is organic tea in China, in Songyang, and in organic coffee in Laos. So what we need is Association of Agricultural Technology in South Asia, or SC, is established in March 2011. I'm the founder, and also president of SC until now. We are a group of scientists by the time about 18 countries, not only in South Asia, but also in other region as well. Start from Finland, Russia, Nigeria, Estonia, many India, many countries. So we like what we do is we try to a group of scientists that we are working as you are working now. But we are group because I think only one cannot be clever. We should be work together. That's why I really happy to be here, especially young scientists. You are the next generation to fight, because I believe that Indonesia, we are still have to find some natural control, natural product to be used in organic agriculture. What I talk is actually not only organic crop production, but also I have some micrograms for organic animal production also. See, so research collaboration is very important and really important. And the HC or my association is non-profitable organization. That means we sacrifice work for the society, at least a small part of the work. We try. After we produce we promote to produce the organic product. So how we can sell the market? This is very important one. So we have to let some certified body come to certify. In our world, everybody know that iPhone go on over the world to certify organic. And after that, we have organic USDA, we have JAS from Japan, we have other one source and other, or each country also have organic certified. But the consumer will be believe or trust this is lean organic, and this is very important. So the SC, we have start to do organic certified in some country. That is in Laos about 5-6 years ago, and also in China. I used to be organize the organic agriculture model in China before COVID, about 3 years ago. Many countries come also. We have our way. So organic agriculture, that I said, not only crop production but also animal production as well. Like for example, now we have in Thailand, I promote organic shrimp, organic fish, organic milk, and also food processing in organic way. And after certified, we can sell in supermarket. So now I have the organic model. I have my own farm, about 10 hectares. You can visit anytime, 10 hectares. And also I have I have collaboration with the Earth Foundation, and then we have eco village, organic eco village, about 10 hectares also, and we have the smart farm. So our technique is we can promote the farmer to be do organic in open field organic and also in greenhouse, smart farm greenhouse. This is training, and SC start to certify organic, but mostly, we are use the same standard with iPhone. But the way is, maybe the way to go may be different, a bit, mostly the same, but the target is the same. What is the target? The target for organic product, that's mean zero toxic chemical. We have checked that one. And also we check the human pathogen like Salmonella and E. coli, we have checked also. And after zero, after we check the final product, final organic product, and the final organic product, they have zero toxic chemical and non Salmonella or E. coli, that is human pathogen. We will certify organic. We have done also this. That is the organic chicken, organic egg, and other. We have organic milk also, and others that I said. And what we think is, when we talk about organic animal, we still need our present active scientists or next generation to do research more about organic animal feeds, organic seeds, and others. So you see what we have done. This is I promote in temple also, in Thailand, organic way, and also every year I have the organized international conference on integration of science technology for sustainable development. This year will be 11 international conference. This year will be organized in India in December. Actually, every year I move country by country until now. And this year will be in Chennai in December, if you would like to join. And also, I'm also the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Agricultural Technology. And this icon IJAT, it is indexed by Scopus. If you are interested to publish in this journal, I would like to accept. So, about just last year, in October, the EarthSafe Foundation. EarthSafe Foundation is the owner of Centon and Top Supermarket in Thailand. They signed collaboration with me about organic certification. Now I can certify organic agriculture, either plant or animal in Thailand, and Top Supermarket can accept all over the country. And also Top Supermarket is one of the big business in Thailand. They also expand the work to Vietnam. I also going to certify in Vietnam also, in South Korea also. So actually by this time I must be in Vietnam. But Mr. Chen asked me to be here, so that's why I come here. And after that, tomorrow I have to go back and go to Vietnam. Yeah, that's it. We can certify with EarthSafe power by @C. We work with sacrifice, ethics, and honesty. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think because of the time limit, so maybe if you have any other question, I think maybe later we have discussion section, you can ask Dr. Kassen. Okay, I think based on his PowerPoint file, you can find Dr. Kassen, he do a very good and very big contribution for the organic agriculture. One more thing I want to release, if our university, non-university, and our society agree, maybe next year, this conference will move to Thailand. Yes, he is agree. Okay, so just let us give a very big hand for him. Okay, now we have only have 15 minutes to take a break. Okay, after 15 minutes, we come back here. Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. We will start another section. Okay. Church guys, come. Okay, now is your tilt. But oh yes, here. Okay, from now on. Okay. She names Eve.
Okay, everyone, the session is about to begin. Please take your seats now. Thank you. Okay.
Present now, you know, how can you take care of present?
start now. You can start.
Where's the people? From here? From here.
Yes, yes.
接下来我们邀请第8位演讲者，同时邀请南华大学林聪明校长担任。不好意思，同时邀请南华大学高副校长担任主持人，并同时邀请中正大学法律系教授兼台湾法律资讯中心施慧玲主任为我们分享绿色科技与联合国2030年永续发展目标。
Next, please give a warm welcome to our 8th keynote speaker, Wei-Ling Shi. She is a professor on the Faculty of Law at Chung Cheng University and the director of the Taiwan Legal Information Center. Her topic is green technology and the UN Development Goals 2030. In this section, we welcome the president of Nanhua University, Chongming Lin, to be our moderator.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of President Dr. Lin Chongming of Nanhua University, I am Vice President of Nanhua University. I'm Gao Junxiong. President Lim, he apologized that he is not able to present personally right now because this morning after a Buddha ceremony, he will have a personal meeting with the chair of trustee board of Nanhua University. Very important meeting. So last night he called me to present here on behalf of him. He apologized again. And I hope my host this will not decrease the importance of the lecture of Director Shi Huiling, the Taiwan Legal Information Institute Director. Now, please give him a big hand. Thank you. He will go around to deliver her speech.
Okay. Well, I cannot stand behind this because then everybody would, not be able to see me. Yeah, and on the other hand, I'm dressed beautifully today, so I do not want to be hidden behind that. And the third very important reason is because my husband is here, and I have been beside him for 30 more or 40 years, so I want to, keep some distance from him when I'm talking because then I'll feel less pressure. Okay, right. So it's really my great pleasure, really pressure, not pressure today to be here because, recently, I don't know, there are so many so important international conference everywhere. And then we are always running here and there. And so I'm kind of, I don't know, somewhere in the sky, and today, really overwhelmed by this very huge and really touching building, all around here. So we are kind like tourists, rather than somebody coming here to join a very important conference. However, when I sat here just now listening to all our really prominent speakers, and we really learn a lot. And my topic today is a very lazy topic, as you see, because the whole topic of the conference is just like green technology and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And what I'm going to say today is my own feeling or what I'm normally trying to share with my students, how I will see the connection between green technology and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the first time when I learned about the UN Sustainable Development Goals was about 11 years ago when there were 2 UN people came to my office because at that time I was the international director of my university, the National Zhongshan University. And they came to Taiwan and visit maybe many universities to try to promote the some ideas about technologies or green technologies of the UN. But at that time, it's still not important to teach about green technology in Taiwan universities. Everybody is crazy for maybe entering into the UN or to do something that is more beneficial to the nation itself, okay? So that's why I really admire Professor Hong here and all other directors and people from Nanhua University so much, not just because Nanhua University is the best neighbor of my university, National Zhongshan University, but also because, what they are doing are really for the globe and they think about our survival all the time, even though that we are, whenever we are enjoying our tea, our coffee and everything here, they are thinking, maybe someday the coffee will be on the top of our head and what are we going to do with that? Okay, so that's why today I set up this look like very simple, but actually also very simple presentation here. But I don't know how to move my pages. I really have to stand here, yeah? Or do I have a, oh, great, thank you very much. Oh, that's great, thank you. Right, and so, first I want to share with you is what I see, okay, at my height, okay. What is happening to our globe, all right? So, I don't know whether you like ice cream cone. Ice cream cone is one of my favorite. So when I see this picture, I think, no way, my ice cream cone is becoming like that, then I will have no more ice cream cone to eat. And so that worries me. That's the first time, this kind of sustainability worries me, okay, when I saw this picture, right? And then what happened next is that, when I, feel pressure, I cannot breathe. But then when I see this picture, I realize that because we have less and less tree and we are cutting more and more trees, and because the trees are the lung of the globe, and we are cutting off the trees much more than we need, and that's why, the lung of the globe is actually losing its functions and it's losing away, and maybe someday the globe will not be able to breathe well. And so, I think at that time, I realized that maybe I would have to teach my students, so I would have to share with the other people that, when you are feeling that you cannot breathe, then feel for the globe, that the globe is not breathing well, just because we are cutting more trees than what we need, okay? And the third thing is that, you see, I don't know how many of you have been caring for a sick child. And when I see this picture, and I thought of, when my child was sick, in the bed, and then it's like this, high temperature, and then everything, you don't just, it just doesn't look like your cute child, okay? But if our globe is now like this, okay, so shall we not worry for the globe? And what should we do, okay? And when we see the real pictures, what is really happening to our friends all over the world, okay? Here we have friends from all over the world that I'm really sorry, some of you, I really do not know well about your countries, but I know that we are all living on the globe, okay? So when there are everything, all kinds of crises happening in the world, either too much sun, too much snow, too much water, too less of this and that, too much wind, too less of water, or, everything happening. And then if we are living over there, we are not in, such a great place to drink great coffee. If we are living over there, what do we think about it? And what are we going to do about it, okay? So that alone, when we see this bear, the bears that we used to see are, they are on a big piece of ice, and then they are, playing around, mother and children happily. This is what we see maybe in the discovery. But when I saw this picture, I didn't believe. I thought it was kind of, maybe special image done by special, photograph. But later on, we realized that it's truly happening. Okay, so the bears, they are losing their home, and then the bear is alone. Where's his child? Where's his husband? All that, right? So you think that, what is happening to the globe? Okay, we don't really need so much water around him. Or around her? No, what he or she needs, it's a home, but we are ripping him of his home. Let alone what you see on the right, there are so many, animals or the same being in the world that we know. They're extinguishing, they are disappearing from us. Okay, so what about we are disappearing from ourselves if we are not concerned with these? Well, maybe we call them animals, but actually they're the same, they're the same global being as what we are. And if they're extinguishing, and we are extinguishing too, what are we extinguishing from? We are extinguishing from something that was just happened very importantly, our heart, okay? We are extinguishing from our heart. We are not concerned with the globe, okay? So if we are concerned with the globe, we are supposed to do something more. And that's what I did. I sent my child to his hand to do a master degree. And I was happy. And I'm not sure whether he's going to pass. He just presented his master proposal, okay? I don't know whether it's successful or not. But anyway, I'm going to force him. Maybe I'm not going to force him to write down whatever he does not want to write. But I'm going to force him to take back his heart to care for the earth. I think that's the most important, okay? And so, when I saw this picture, I laughed, but it's actually a tragedy, okay? Human being, our ancestor, used to climb down from the tree, but now, because of sea rising, okay, my son is writing a thesis about sea rising. Because of the sea rising, someday the men are climbing back to the trees, okay? And the tree has to be long and strong enough for us to climb back to. But I'm not sure whether we are going to have strong trees as before to climb back to, okay? So we have to be really concerned. So it's time to change the world. That's what the United Nations said, okay? So they set up these Sustainable Development Goals, 2030. It's going to be 2030 very soon. So I think they are going to develop something more, okay? But anyway, how and what do the Sustainable Development Goals try to do to save the world or try to change something that we are hurting the world, okay? So it's like, they are making a diagnosis and then they want to make a prescription, from the SDG 17 goals, to tell us what to do, okay? So then one very, very big cure that they gave us is green technology. And, for me, who is a lawyer, I didn't know what green technology means. And because my son is in their master degree, so I have to study with him what is green technology. And this is the definition he found for me on the Google. Okay, so green technology refers to a type of technology that is considered environmentally friendly based on its production process or its supply chain. Oh, when I say supply chain, I remember the corporate social responsibility that I'm teaching, okay, about, you don't just, you are not just concerned with the supply chain, but the production process, but you are also concerned with the whole supply chain. You are not just concerned with your own company, but you are also concerned with whatever other companies are doing. So you are not just doing something for your company to be abided by the green technology regulations. You also have to care for whether all the whole supply chain are abided by the regulation of green technology and things like that. So that's very important for green technology. And green technology has another meaning. It can also refer to clean energy production, which means that we have to use the the alternative fuels which cause less harmful to the environment. Okay, so this is very, very deep knowledge that we need to refer to. I do not intend to talk about it because I know nothing about it. Okay, I'm sorry. But the focus that the UN told us about how to deal with the climate change of the globe is the goal 13, okay, of SDGs. Okay, that's the focus, and they want us to take urgent action on combat climate change and its impacts. Okay, for doing this, on the left, that's what they see. Our globe now is on fire and everything is really, tragedy. But then if we can add on green technology, we can make good use of technology, we can make good use of the team of Professor Hong, then, our globe will, return to what it was, okay, what it is to be. We have very nice air, very nice sunshine, very nice this and that, okay? But not just goal 13, okay? Goal 13 may be our focus, but for me, when I saw all the goals, and I think there are related things about SDGs to cure the problems that we've just referred to, okay? So here I just tick some of them, and then I'll just make some small explanation of what I've thought about. The first one is Goal 6. Goal 6 is talking about water and sanitation, okay? Because there are so many countries now, children or adult also, they cannot even have clean water to drink, okay? Well, I know in Taiwan we don't have clean water either, but at least we can boil them, and then, we can leave them cold, and then we can have less clean but still clean water. But in some places, it's just impossible for somebody to have clean water, okay? So clean water and sanitation, just to keep everything clean, is so difficult now for human beings of many places, all right? So if we can use green technology, in good way and in right way, then maybe we can manage it well. And goal 3 is that, if once we have, is that what? I'm too old to read that. 10 minutes, still long. Why do you have to say that? Right, okay, right. Goal 3 is about public health. It's that we are not just, public health, because today we have the expert of public health here, and so I'm not to say more, if I cannot say, you have to say that, okay, right, okay. About public health, it's different from the traditional health that we are thinking about. When we feel sick, we go to the doctor and we only want to be treated. Okay, that's what we used to think about, doctors. But now doctors like Vice President Lin, I don't really know how you call yourself in English. Okay, anyway. For him, my good friend, Lin, right? He is working, very hard, in the world, to try to tell people, to try to eat much, much less meat, not to produce those, things that is really harmful for the herds and things like that. So I'm sure that he's going to give us a lot of lessons that we can learn today, all right? If he's not, then, it's not my problem, right? But I'm sure he's going to do that, right? And so, because if we can promote green technology and our problems, in the air, okay, we breathe, we eat, whatever we use every day, it's going to be much healthful. And that's why we can promote the public health, okay? And for education of all levels, I think what I learned from it is that green technology is not something just for the professors to write very important articles, okay? It's for education on every level, since when children are born, okay? You have to tell them not to, not to do this, not to do that, things like that, until when they are old and old and old and old, and they have like education for all levels. It means that you have to educate children from all kinds of social, legal, political, economic backgrounds, and then all kinds of people from all ages. Okay, so you learn from when you were born to when you are dying. Okay, so education for all levels for green technology is for everybody to share the same information and to know from their heart what they are supposed to do or not to do to the globe. And then for goal 7, it's sustainable energy. You know, we'll talk about that later. Sustainable energy is maybe for Taiwan, you know, I don't know whether it's for political reasons or maybe really for research reasons or really for livelihood reasons. People are talking about green technology, about sustainable energy that we should use all the time. But actually, when there was a time that when I was in the car of my husband, and I thought, I saw the sky of Taichung city, okay, and I said, oh, it's beautiful, you see that they are red. My husband told me that, oh, stupid wife, that is not beautiful, that is air pollution, okay? Right. I don't know whether you still remember that. I turned off, I try to see, because just in between the green sky and the mountain, there's something red in between. It's really not beautiful, it's something that we should be really very much concerned with, okay? Right, and because if we can use green technology, we are going to change the industrial construction, okay? So people are going to get different kind of economic growth and decent work, okay? So green technology also will change the whole economic construction and then will give us a lot of different work to give people to know how to work for the globe. And this goal 9 is, I think the most important is about the resilient development. It means that we used to talk about growth, economic growth, much more than development itself, or much more than survival itself. But now human beings and all other kinds of beings are facing the problem of survival. So we now have to talk about resilience. Everything we use, we have to talk about resilience, okay? And green technology is telling us to use all kinds of things, energies that can make everything resilient, all right? And goal 10 is to reduce inequality. It means that, we are not just talking about green technology in such kind of beautiful places. We talk about it everywhere, when I used to take students to Geneva and visit the United Nations every year. And whenever we are seeing people in the Geneva, we think that, the whole world is like that because the United Nations are over there. But when we go out of Geneva and then go into here and there, Italy and somewhere, and we realize that people, just maybe 10 minutes on the bus from Geneva, you saw people of, totally different color, backgrounds, the ways they speak, the things they eat, it's totally different. So I think the reason why our friends in the United Nations want to take our students to see is that this world is very different, but well, when you come to Geneva, you think that everybody is living like this. But, just 10 minutes on the bus, you see a totally different world. And then, this is how we learn how to reduce inequality, because we are all lucky people. We are here eating very good things, and then, we have very good supervisors over here. But it doesn't mean that it is happening everywhere. So we have to feel ourselves lucky. And at the same time, we have to devote what we have to and share with other people. That's what maybe, green technology want to do. We want to take all we have to share with other people to reduce the inequalities. And this is what recently I'm involved with the national project on artificial insemination, artificial AI intelligence. Sorry, my son comes from artificial insemination. I always talk about artificial insemination. Artificial intelligence, okay. So Recently, everybody is thinking about, like, recently, I know that everybody is playing for ChatGPT, okay? So we are talking about artificial AI, every day. And so when we are talking about AI every day, we are also worried what AI is going to do. What is it going to hurt sustainabilities? Okay, so we want AI to build for us sustainable cities, but we also want to control AI's, whatever they can do to hurt the sustainabilities of the cities to go, okay? And the goal 12 is something that I always tell my son, never order anything you cannot eat, okay? For children or even for adults, we are always overeating. Okay, and then we create, like in United States, they actually throw away 49% of the food they produce every day away, okay, because they just cannot finish. They thought they can finish, but actually they cannot, and that's why they have to throw it away, right? So for this responsible consumption, we want to, use green technology to tell everybody that you never consume anything, not just food, but especially energy, okay? You never consume energy you do not need, all right? So try to, I'm sorry to say that, but I don't like so many lights here, okay? Because of all the lights, you see my wrinkles here. If we turn everything off, I really look very beautiful and young. Okay, right. So maybe we can turn off more lights than it's needed. Okay. So sorry. This is something that we nowadays we often think, and you can see that I'm wearing short sleeves. It used to be that every woman they feel very cold in the international conference. Why? Because according to the feminists, because they want to wear very beautiful coats, suits, okay? And that's why we have to wear more to protect us, okay? But now everybody thinks that in the international conference, we have to reduce the air conditioning, we have to put up temperature. This is all what green technology has promoted and what we know about it, okay? So this is, we have to use responsible consumption of energy, and then we have to, the same thing about the water, and then we have to reduce waste, we have to promote biotechnology by green technology, and then we need very strong justice or other institutions to enforce everything, and finally we have to do everything hand in hand so that we can win, okay? So the green technology, what we can waste, I only need 1 minute to say about this, is that that every university or from every primary schools, they are teaching about SDG, ESG, and green technology, okay? And general education, you see everything everywhere, okay? And for daily life, you switch everything. You can have, you can exchange car with bus or even bicycle, and then you can reduce emissions, and then you can use green whatever for your living, and you use biomass sources, and you use the renewable energy, and then you do everything as reminders, the reminder of whatever I've just said, and then most importantly, I think we can change our mind, okay? And then we do multi-stakeholders, we work together, and then we have public-private partnerships as what we are doing today here, okay? So this is what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Dr. Shi, for your speech is very inspiring. And also I admire your courage to share some secret in front of your son and your husband. Okay, thank you. And now, because of time limit, no questions at this moment. But during the free time, I think Dr. Shi will be happy to talk with you again. And then we stop here, and then the next one. Thank Thank you.
Distinguished guests, Vice President Professor Gao, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And first of all, I have to say that this is such a wonderful place, and I really love it. And thank you for inviting me. 17 years ago, Al Gore, the ex-Vice President of the United States, described global warming as an inconvenient truth. His prophecy on climate change and extreme weathers, unfortunately, have come true. Today, we are suffering from the consequences. And the reality is, we are facing an ongoing catastrophe. So, what should we do with the situation which is getting from bad to worse? Now, a global issue requires a global effort, especially cooperation among different sectors. In the field of healthcare sector, the focus of study is mainly twofold. First, the prevention and treatment of infectious diseases, directly or indirectly caused by climate change. Second, the reduction of pollution created by the healthcare industry itself. Dr. Lin is going to give us his solutions. Dr. Lin is currently the Vice Dean of Tzu Chi Hospital in Jiayi. He has been a practicing physician for over 2 decades and an expert in sustainable development, especially on the healthcare sector. Actually, speaking of the expert, it reminds me of an interesting but rather satirical definition for the word expert, which says that an expert is someone who knows more and more about less and less, until eventually he knows everything about nothing. Well, of course, Dr. Lin is not that kind of expert. Now let us welcome Dr. Lin. It's all yours, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gao. Yeah. After Professor Gao and Professor Shi, it's always very pressure, not pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's really my honor to be invited to share with you from healthcare sector's point of view about climate change and UN sustainability development goals. Okay, this is my outline. I want to say that as a healthcare professional, how come it related to climate change? You have to focus on treating the patients, improve the medical quality and the patient safety. But you know, we all say that prevention is very important because bodhisattvas fear the cause while sentient beings fear the consequences. 菩萨为因，众生为果. This is 1,000 hands Guan Yin. Do you know what 1,000 hand Guan Yin is afraid of? During the COVID, 1,000 hands Guan Yin is afraid of washing hands. We all know that during the pandemic, we need to wash our hands very carefully to prevent the contagious disease of COVID and others. So from MDGs to SDGs, you know, in the year 2000, there's MDG, Millennium Development Goal, but now we shifted from the year 2015 to a Sustainable Development Goal, which is more comprehensive. And the summary of the SDGs, you can use 5P, starting from the people, SDG 1 to SDG 7, no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, and clean water and sanitation. These are Goal 1 to Goal 6. This is for people. And for planet is climate action is Goal 13. 14 is the goal life below water and life on land. This is for planet. And for prosperity, it's due to that where people need to be survived and also to be improved. So affordable clean energy, decent work and economic development, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reducing inequality, and also sustainable cities and community, and also responsible consumption and productions. But we need peace and partnerships. So as you can see, we have planets. This is a summary of the British medical bulletins. Protect all that makes the planet habitable and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity now, in the future, and work in partnership. So this is a summary of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But the final outcome of SDG, mostly I think is for people, and health is the final outcome. So as you can see here, health is related, not only the goal 3 is related to many other SDG goals. So I would like to share with you in our healthcare sector and how the climate change, the interaction between the healthcare sector and the climate change, which will make the sustainable healthcare difficult to maintain. As you can see here, the CO2, the greenhouse gas, will warm up the earth, like the earth is in fever, and then it causes a lot of natural disasters. And the disasters will cause a lot of health problem, like you have heat stroke, and then there are vector-borne diseases such as dengue fever. The mosquitoes will be, go everywhere beyond the equator, and then there are much more many more patients who got infected with vector-borne disease. Besides dengue fever, malaria, all these vector-borne diseases will be increased. And also water-related infection. So it will cause the burden of the healthcare sector. And healthcare sector will produce a lot of greenhouse gas, such as in Brazil, the healthcare sector is responsible for 10% of the energy consumption of the whole country. And in the UK, 25% of the public sector's greenhouse gas emission is produced by NHS. So because the increase of the healthcare sector burden, it will also increase the CO2 emission. So this is all related connected together. So this is from UN and also WHO. It said that climate change is the most urgent issue in the year 21st century. And we need to understand the exposure pathway because they are climate driver. And then through different exposure pathway, it will cause health outcome. This is published in the White House 2016. So as you can see here, through the extreme heat, they will cause some health outcome problem, and then will have some impact. And then the outdoor air quality will increase some diseases such as cancer, COPD, cardiovascular diseases through the exposure pathway to the human, and then will cause a problem, inflammation of all the inner organs, so it will cause also the health impacts. And then flood, vector-borne disease, water-related infection, all this, and food-related infection, and also mental health. So these are all the factors brought by climate change to healthcare sector and will cause the impact of the human health and also increase the burden of the healthcare sector, and then it will cause a vicious cycle. As you can see, that the Do you know what is the world deadliest animals? Not the shark, not a snake. Number one is the mosquito. Number two is the human, because, you know, the war. I don't know the number now because we have a war now. So hopefully the peace and the partnership will cause the mortality due to killing or wars will be decreased. But mosquito is one of the most deadliest animals in the world. As you can see here, this is the distribution of dengue fever. And now it expanded during the recent years. It increased like 70 times of dengue fever infectious cases, or hemorrhagic dengue fever, or dengue shock syndrome. This is in the year 2015 in Tainan, in the southern part of Taiwan. There is an outbreak of dengue fever. So by then, that year, there are 20,000 more patients infected with dengue fever, and then caused around 200 casualties. So this is in ER. As you can see in the ER, they put the mosquito, the tent, to prevent the further infection by mosquitoes. So this is a cycle that why air pollution will cause different kind of organs to be sick, including the brain, CVR in lung, COPD, and heart, coronary heart diseases. And then this is the statistic by WHO. The deaths caused by air pollution is even larger, with combined mortality of HIV plus malaria plus TB. And why healthcare sectors also to know about the climate change issue? Because we use a lot of natural resources. The hospital building need to be, have air conditioned all the time, 24 hours. And then we're supposed to be a knowledge center for health. And also a large number, especially in Taiwan, people like to go to the hospital to see doctors. And so larger number of people pass through the healthcare sector. So we have the chance. You may not know, if you use, we call, this is MDI, medium dose inhaler, for treating asthma or COPD. You use a can of medium dose inhaler because the propellant is very high global warming potentials. So it would use a can just like drive a car for about 300 kilometers. And if the operation use diaphragm, 1 hour is also the same, 300 kilometers driving, the greenhouse gas emission, CO2 equivalent. So it means that healthcare sector need to do something, because the mission of healthcare sector is treating the disease. But during the process, you generate a lot of greenhouse gas and then cause the climate change, and in turn will cause the possible diseases and sickness. So this is what this year I'm doing, that I try to increase the awareness of the healthcare sector, not only treating the patients, but also you need to cut down your greenhouse gas emission for sustainability, because then the healthcare sector can sustain treating it. We don't have that many patients. So this is by Healthcare Without Harm, the statistics that if all the healthcare sector go together, it will be the 5th largest emitter compared with other country, all the country. Lancet is a very famous medical journal. So it has been long ago that it talked about climate change issue and health. So it's a Lancet Commission on Health and Climate Change. We have to move toward low carbon health system, mitigate our own climate impact, become more climate resilient, I think that's a couple of years ago in United States, there in New Orleans, there is a Hurricane Katrina, right? And then by then, because the flood, the hospital, we have backup generators in case that the grid, electricity from the grid failed. But because their generator is in the basement, so the flood will cause the failure of the generator. So all the patients in ICU, they need ventilator. Oh, the physician nurse need to use hand and build back to keep the ventilation. So it is the resilience. We need to adapt the possible climate change cost, this kind of failure of healthcare system. And we need to lead by examples. This is in the year 2016 in COP24. WHO published first edition of Health and Climate Change. It talked about that we need to facilitate and promote the engagement of the health community as trusted, connected, and committed advocates for climate change. And in 2021, the second edition of from WHO also talk about the health argument for climate action. We need to listen to the health community and prescribe urgent climate action, because that the most trustworthy profession in the world. The first one is firefighter. The second one is not a doctor. Nurse is always better trusted compared with doctors. So, and teacher, we have many teachers here. Teachers are all also most trusted professions around the world. But as you can see there, nurses, doctors, pharmacists, and also some paramedics, this come from healthcare sector. So we have the possibility, the opportunity, also as a responsibility to do that. And then how to do it? I just yesterday and this week, I am introducing the Healthcare Without Harm. This is NGOs working on how to reduce the climate impact of healthcare sector for more than 25 years. And they have this kind of framework we call Global Green and Healthy Hospital. They developed some checkup tool, climate impact checkup tool, and we have the first training, 25 hospitals join the training in Taipei. So the climate smart healthcare, and then we need to have like leadership and governance, and mitigation and adaptation. So this is awareness and action. The climate action for healthcare sector, we need to have awareness and also need to have action. Then awareness internationally, because climate change is an international issue. Nobody can escape from that. So we need to have that policy from WHO or International Hospital Federation, UN, and then the institutional level is like hospital, clinic, but individual level is like patients, personnel, professionals. And action is also from policy to act to some international levels action. So this is what I will briefly talk about what we have done. Like we have a committee called Health Promotion Committee, and then we list the climate change issue into a very important part. We're taking care of the patient, family, community, staff, and also we need to take care of our environment. So we don't use papers, we use all this, everything connected. And we use, this is we are e-school. And then we even have vegetarian Starbucks. Yeah, no meat. And then we don't use disposable utensils. So we can save disposable chopsticks or bowl, all this. And then this is a very detailed segregation of the waste. Please pray, can you pray that? This is a video. 能放一下，压一下看能不能放。哦，不能放吗？ Okay, I want to show you. Okay, please. Okay, so this is in our dialysis center. We have some friends come from like Indonesia or Vietnam to help to care our elder. So in the hemodialysis center, we have like 9 recycled bins with different languages. So they can segregate it very correctly. So we have this recycle bin in all the chambers. This is the natural light, so we can reduce the lightning. We have like heating garden. I will just go through very quickly. And then we have this kind of, we call climate awareness. We put, if you cut down watching TV for 1 hour, and then we will reduce like about 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide emission. So don't watch too much TV. And then we have like this solar panel. And then we also join, now there is a Race to Zero campaign. Our hospital is the first one who joined UN Race to Zero campaign. And then we also hand out what we have done to International Hospital Federation. So we got the Bronze Award of the Green Hospital Excellence Award. And also in our hospital, there is a national quality symbol. We got this. And then maybe you will think that only one hospital or only individual is not, you can do only a little things because there's too much carbon dioxide, right? But you should, see the importance of one. When a ship is in the sea, you will see very small. But when you put in a canal, and then you will make the world a disaster. And we have to do it. 1,000-mile journey begins with 1 steps. So this is why I work for these years, try to persuade my colleagues in the healthcare sector, try to reduce the climate impact in healthcare sector. And then I feel very happy these years, that there are more and more colleagues, they know the importance of the healthcare sector's climate impact. And then I also like this very much. If you want to work fast, you work alone. But if you want to work far, work together. Like today, from a legal department, from agriculture department, from hospital, from school. Yeah. So we make it, that's a way of daily life. Everything I wear is made from recycled plastic bottle. The shoes, even these are all made from recycled plastic bottles. This is dye technology in Taiwan. Can you play this? This is the year COP 2025. Pray.
Where everything is plastic bottle. Plastic bottle suit, shirts, and shoes. Yes, 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 yes.
This is a delegate from UK.
Bottle.
She cannot believe that what I wear is all from recycled plastic bottle. But yeah, we can do it.
Where?
Okay, so I hope that I am very appreciate that the invitation from Professor Hong to come here to share the experience. We, healthcare sector, we have to do something. And then we are very happy to have the chance to work with us. Then we can reduce the climate impact and make the world a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. I really learned a lot from your presentation. I think we have something like 2 or 3 minutes for questions and comments. Anyone? Please raise your hand. Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Lin. It's a really good introduction. Kai-Ming Shi from the University of Hong Kong. I think one of the questions for the healthcare sectors is about clinical waste. May I know a little bit of, in terms of Taiwan or maybe your hospital, is it more like a centralized treatments or decentralized? Centralized means that you actually give the waste to the other transportation section. They actually put it together and and treat them together. Decentralized means that you just treat it inside your hospital. Can you enlighten us a little bit more about that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. For the medical waste treatment, there is a very strict regulation of Taiwan. If it is a biohazard, that any medical equipment like syringe or cotton ball is contaminated with the body fluid or blood of the patient, they need to be treated with a certified company. So we cannot recycle it, we cannot just autoclave it, it is not allowed. But for some devices not contaminate with the body fluid of the patients, that we can, after autoclave it, and we can recycle it. So this is the law. But the WHO said that actually you don't need to burn everything, because for the biohazard medical waste, we need to burn it. But WHO said that if you go through a certain process and it can make sure that it won't contaminate some like blood or virus whatsoever, and you don't need to burn it, you can just still recycle it. But we are now trying to talk to the government about how to adapt the criteria or the way that we can treat the biohazard medical waste, and not just everything burned, but you burn, you will create a lot of greenhouse gases. So we have to follow the regulation, but we want to change the regulation. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
So I think that's it. I don't think we have time for any questions. Well, although I think that you do have somewhere in mind. But later, I think we still have time for group discussion. Well, yeah, in an hour's time. So thank you all. Coffee break now, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it's coffee break.
Okay, yes. So thank you.
谢谢所有的主讲者。现在开始20分钟的茶会以及海报评论的部分，请各位移动到5楼。下一场演讲将会在4点10分开始，请准时回到9楼。谢谢。
Thanks to all the speakers. We will have a short coffee break until 4:05. Please move to the 5th floor. The session will begin at 4:10. Please come back to the 9th floor on time. Thank you.
this happen to make a great, great future for them.